Fruity Pebbles, part of a balanced breakfast, part of a colorful breakfast. Fruity Pebbles, part of a balanced breakfast, part of a colorful breakfast. Fruity Pebbles, part of a balanced breakfast, part of a colorful breakfast. Oh, kitty. Mm.
Kitty want Fruity Pebbles? I think Kitty wants Fruity Pebbles. Kitty wants some pebbles? Kitty wants some Fruity Pebbles? I think the kitty wants some Fruity Pebbles. You know what? You can have the fruity milk when I'm done. Kitty, you. I've got a narrow esophagus. Every time I eat too fast, I gotta wait for food to travel down my throat hole. So that's why I could never be gay. Aside from the part that, aside from the whole ew factor of it all.
I've got a narrow esophagus. Every time I eat too fast, I gotta wait for food to travel down my throat hole. So that's why I could never be gay. Aside from the part that, aside from the whole ew factor of it all.
And all this waiting is time away from yum. Kitty, you're gonna make biscuits on me. Here, do it on the pillow. That shit hurts. Not on that leg. Here. You can do it right here.
All this waiting is time away from yum. Make biscuits on me. Here, do it on the pillow. That shit hurts. Not on that leg. You do it right here.
I've literally got little holes poked in my leg because that's her favorite leg to sit there and make biscuits on. And being that I love her so much, I let her do it. So it's totally my own fault. But she's so cute. Yes, I had a second bowl of dried pebbles to go into the fruity milk.
Being that I love her so much, I let her do it. So it's totally my own fault. But she's so cute. Yes, I had a second bowl of dried pebbles to go into the fruity milk.
Mm. Mm. Ooh. Here. Memer. Memer, kitty. Oh, Memer, kitty wants your fruity pebbles. The kitty wants your fruity pebbles. Memer, oh, kitty wants fruity pebbles. That's the cutest thing you ever saw. Oh, cute. Oh, the cute. Cute, cute. He wants some Fruity Pebbles. Oh, the kid wants some Fruity Pebbles. Oh, the kid wants some Fruity Pebbles. Yes, he does. Let me eat them before they get soggy. Oh, cute. Oh, the cute. Cute, cute. He wants some Fruity Pebbles. Oh, he wants some Fruity Pebbles. Oh, he wants some Fruity Pebbles. No, the memers. Oh, the key. That's the cutest thing you ever saw. Okay, want Fruity Pebbles? Yes, it does. Okay, want Fruity Pebbles? Yes, it does. Let me finish my pebbles before they get soggy. Oh, the key. That's the cutest thing you ever saw. Oh yes, Kitty's so pretty when she wants some Fruity Pebbles. Mmm. Mmm. Oh, the monkey. Oh, the monkey. Oh yes, Kitty's so pretty when she wants some Fruity Pebbles. We're about to pass back out until market open. Mm. We're about to pass back out until market open. Did you want your fruity milk? I bet you take a few sips and you realize it's not what you want. And then you go back over to your spot, make a few licks, and crash back out. Probably before me. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Shall we? Let's see how it goes. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Oh no. Losing the spoon. No, no. Me. Okay, right here. Come on, key right here. Come on. Gotta get down here and get it. Let's see how it goes. You go down there and get it. What am I? Aren't you gonna carry me down? Why, yes, kitty. I sure am. Oh, I know. Meow. Here we go. Oh, fruity milk. I bet you'd rather have your kibble. Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Aren't you gonna carry me down? Why, yes, kitty. Silly kitty. Silly kitty. Here we go. Oh. Ain't no toilet pecker in here. Meow. Looks like I'll just use my socks. I use my socks to clean up the mess because I am a clean individual. You want it over here, Key? You want to put it right here for Key? Then put it right there. Here we go. Have the fruity milk. Have the fruity pebble milk. It's yummy. That's what the Key wants. The Key wants the fruity pebble milk. Here we go.
get the Fruity Pebble milk.
I am a clean individual.
Like you've been harassing me for. You get that Fruity Pebble milk.
All right. I had a midnight snack. I guess you deserve a midnight snack too. Yes, yes. Yes, the kitty deserves a midnight snack.
You want some food? You want some food for Kitty? You want some food for Kitty? Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Get that food for Kitty. Get some midnight snack for Kitty. Let's get it under the camera. Woo.
As soon as she's done eating, we will go right back into the charity kitty sleeping stream. Be quiet. The title, whatever it is. Oh. We're going to go ahead and set this up right here, because this be her spot. We'll go ahead and plug this bad boy up.
I swear it will never die.
And that's the truth. They have won the truth. You knew. Yeah. Everything gotta be so stupid. God damn it. Stupid. Stupid. Not breakfast time yet, so you're not getting all those good things. If you want to eat breakfast, then that's what you. If you want to eat milk, that's what you get for now, okay? I'll give you some of these. That will relax you.
it yummy? Is it yummy? Here, Mima. Here, Miss Yummy. Cookie.
Well, upside down won't work, will it? What is the fucking problem here? Hey, what do you know? Right side up.
Kitty?
Hey, what do you know? Right side up. It's not quite breakfast time yet, kitty. Here we go, kitty, here we go. Hey, John, go down there. Kitty, come on. John, go down there, kitty, come on. Come on, kitty, right here, come on. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come on, little kitty, kitty. Come on, go down there, little kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, little kitty, 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 man. Come on, little kitty, kitty, man. It's time to go night, little kitty. Come on. It's not time for breakfast anyway. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come on, here. Come on, kitty, come here. Come on, little kitty, right here.
Very slowly done beyond. What else was living? Parasites.
Explore life after people on Universe Mysteries Solved by the History Channel.
Therizinosaurus clawed its way into the fossil record. Literally. The first evidence of these freakish creatures, a giant 5-foot claw, was discovered in the late 1940s.
First thing they found were mutant claws from the hand, and they were so unlike anything we'd ever seen before that the scientists who named them thought that they belonged to a turtle.
When paleontologists discover any new creature, one of the first questions they ask is, what did it look like? Paleo artists like Patrick O'Brien, who illustrate for museums and publications, are instrumental in this fleshing out process.
So I'm picturing it must have been some truly huge prehistoric turtle with these giant claws on its 4 feet.
But the turtle connection proved to be a mistake. The claws were actually the first clues to the discovery of a bizarre new animal.
They began finding more and more pieces of more and more dinosaurs that were closely related to Therizinosaurus. So our image of what this animal was evolved a lot through time.
So it turned out to be a new and strange kind of theropod dinosaur, not a turtle at all.
Therizinosaurus, who lived 70 to 75 million years ago during the Cretaceous period, was a theropod, a group of almost exclusively carnivorous dinosaurs that included T-Rex. But at 40 feet long and 3 to 6 tons, Therizinosaurus's body had some odd features: an extended neck, a beaked head, and a potbelly that are typical not of carnivores, but of herbivores. Scientists were baffled.
Therizinosaurs were an incredibly bizarre group of raptor dinosaurs. They weren't recognized as raptor dinosaurs for the first 50 years that they were discovered because they were so different from any other dinosaur we've ever seen. The only way that the story got resolved was when we discovered exceptionally primitive forms. And those animals looked so much like raptor dinosaurs, but started to show some adaptations towards animals like Therizinosaurus that we were able to actually piece back the history and get at what the ancestry of these animals were.
The missing link in this mystery is on display at the Utah Museum of Natural History. Discovered in 2005, Falcarius is the most primitive specimen of the Therizinosaur group. It lived 130 million years ago and marks the transition between the predatory raptor ancestors and their plant-eating Therizinosaur descendants.
Falcarius still maintains a lot of anatomy that's similar to, say, Velociraptor. It still has a small body, powerful arms, but small claws. It is showing some changes that allow us to place it with a Therizinosaurus. Its neck is starting to get longer, its head is starting to get longer. But basically, when you look at the skeleton of Falcarius, it's a raptor dinosaur with just a few changes that tell us that it just began to switch towards a new lifestyle.
Falcarius's leaf-shaped teeth are the most telling pieces of its anatomy that indicate it had begun eating plants.
The teeth are very well adapted for eating plants rather than eating meat.
These first steps towards herbivory grew more pronounced over millions of years of evolution.
There's about a 70 million year difference between Falcarius and Therizinosaurus. If you looked at the two of them side by side, you probably wouldn't recognize that they were closely related.
Therizinosaurus's huge size and bizarre shape make it a good candidate for a full-scale rendering. But rendering is an ambiguous process. Representations of dinosaurs must include the illustrator's best guesses of coloration, skin covering, and even behavior based on the scientific evidence.
On the computer, I created this drawing of a Therizinosaurus skull so that I could try out different soft tissues. First, I created an outline of the soft tissues with the muscles and skin, and then I thought I would try the sort of bird-like headgear, which is plausible on Therizinosaurus. They were feathered dinosaurs, and their relatives did evolve into birds. I also thought I would try to put more of a lizard-like headgear. This is exactly what modern-day iguanas have on the tops of their heads.
Artistic judgment and scientific judgment may not be as far apart as we think. In both processes, what we know about these long extinct creatures is an approximation based on analogies and assumptions until definitive evidence is dug up that furthers knowledge.
Science is this ongoing intellectual pursuit, and that's kind of the beauty of it. You keep gathering data and keep putting forth these hypotheses and keep finding new lines of evidence.
All along the way, this is a self-correcting scientific process. We find better specimens, we often have to revise what we thought about animals. That's fine, that's the way it's supposed to be.
There is fossil evidence that suggests features of Therizinosaurus's form and some behavioral surprises.
Most of the scientists think that Therizinosaurus probably had a beak because you can see that they have teeth in the skull, but only in this back part here for chewing, and in the front they don't have any teeth at all. So they probably had a beak that looked something like that.
Satisfied with these choices, Patrick begins to work with the whole animal, but the function of the massive claws is the thorniest issue.
Some people have suggested they use these for spearing fish. The hypotheses kind of run wild. They may have been used to scare away predators. They don't appear to be very good for actual defense. They may have also been for sexual selection. They may have been a mating signal or just a sexy look for a Therizinosaur.
Ultimately, Patrick's painted version incorporates the idea of the claws as food gatherers. Scientists theorize that Therizinosaurus may have pulled high vegetation down to its mouth to eat. He has also given the creature a potbelly, customary for animals that digest huge amounts of vegetation.
Plants are much harder to metabolize for animals than flesh is. Think of it, when you're eating a cow, you're turning a cow into human. It's kind of a smaller step than turning lettuce into a human. So it takes more time and more specialization than to be an herbivore. And one of the ways that herbivores deal with that issue is to have larger stomachs where they can leave the food in there longer to get more of the nutrients out of it.
Before the portrait is complete, Patrick must contend with one last detail that remains speculative.
Most of the fossils of the close relatives of Therizinosaurus were found with feather impressions in the dirt. And so it's assumed that Therizinosaurus were also feathered, and they were probably these sort of downy, sort of thin feathers. They weren't flight feathers. It certainly wasn't a flying creature.
And were the feathers brightly colored for display or muted for camouflage? Since we don't have any 70-million-year-old Therizinosaur feathers, color must be determined by deduction.
Therizinosaurs were very large. They probably weren't trying to bother to hide from anybody. So I'm going to guess that they're brightly colored with bright, bold patterns on them to impress other Therizinosaurs.
To work with extinct creatures, you have to accept that a certain amount of mystery will never go away.
It's all very speculative. Modern-day creatures do things that you would never guess just from looking at their anatomy. Modern-day whales who can dive to such great depths for such long periods of time. If you only were looking at the bones of these animals and you knew something about mammals, you wouldn't guess that a mammal could do that, because mammals can't do that. They can't dive to such great depths and hold their breath for 10 minutes, 20 minutes at a time, and yet they do. So perhaps there were things like that the dinosaurs were doing that we just don't really know, and we just can't know. Probably will never know.
Life on the ground in the Cretaceous Cretaceous was no picnic, but the dinosaurs couldn't look to the sky and imagine a kinder, gentler world. The sky was full of pterosaurs, some as big as small planes, and they weren't vegetarians.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. Switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits than they leave out. I get all of the option perks. Don't mind if I do. For a limited time, get our most value pack plan ever. Plus, switch right now and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. Stay chillin', just switch.
Every day, our team develops state-of-the-art security software.
We analyze cutting-edge cyber threats,
We support our customers.
protecting homes, businesses, and government agencies around the world.
PC Magic, made in South Carolina. Methylene Red is the ultimate complement to Methylene Blue. It's like Batman and Robin, right? This is Robin. Okay, I just took this, and I only took three droppers full. And I feel like calm energy, if that makes sense. This is the more natural way to do it. You got Methylene Blue and you got Methylene Red. These complement each other. You need both of them. Go to the AlexJonesStore.com today and get yours. And I think right now it's 50% off if you subscribe.
Across the Low Country, the first choice, the one choice, is the care you have long trusted. Now under one new name, HCA Healthcare. The one name to know for all your care, for all your life.
We know why you put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. With leading implant and denture technology and on-site labs that get you in and out. No more waiting for tomorrow. Now's your time to experience the Aspen Dental difference. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Quetzalcoatlus was a pterosaur, or flying lizard, the largest flying animal ever found, with a wingspan of 35 feet and weighing 165 pounds. These creatures flew over the heads of the dinosaurs.
This is Quetzalcoatlus. The fossils have been found from the Great Texas. It's a G.A. Dixon-sized animal.
Pterosaurs were the first vertebrates to develop flight. During their 160 million year evolution from the late Triassic period until the end of the Cretaceous 65 million years ago, they grew from seagull-sized animals to flying giants like Quetzalcoatlus.
Everything was a giant. The turtles were giants, the crocodiles were giants, and there were giant lizards. Even in the air, there were giant flying reptiles that we call pterosaurs.
Quetzalcoatlus was safe in the air, but he had to return to Earth for food. And this is where danger awaited. Fishing what was a fertile coastal wetland in Texas, you would have been vulnerable to attack. Discovered in 1971, Quetzalcoatlus' size, as tall as a modern giraffe, may place it close to the physiological limit for flight. And this has become one of the focal points of study of the larger pterosaurs, how they managed to take off from the ground and how they flew. In order to fly efficiently, pterosaurs were extremely weight conserving. No pounds were wasted on their stick-like bodies.
Pterosaurs were not very heavy, and one of the places that they saved a lot of weight was in the skeletons. Now, the actual wall of the bone is very thin. On a pterosaur, the wall bone is only about as thin as a sheet of paper.
Over millions of years, flight and weight considerations may have caused the pterosaurs to evolve towards toothlessness. As they did in Tapahara, this Brazilian pterosaur from the Cretaceous period.
This is in a way better arrangement because they got rid of the weight. For a flying animal, any way you could reduce its body weight is good. And this is why probably all birds have lost their teeth.
For pterosaurs, evolution towards toothlessness may also have had to do with their diet of fish.
Every animal that catches fish commonly has to have a system to rotate the fish around without letting go of it, getting his head aimed the right way so that it can swallow it. The teeth get in the way for that. So if you have no teeth, then you can actually take the fish and walk it around and keep the jaws closed on it until you can swallow it.
Pterosaurs also had a very innovative wing, similar to that of a bat.
Pterosaurs built their wing in a very unusual way. What they did is they elongated their fourth finger. And they had a flap of skin that extended from that finger back to the thigh bone. And that made a wing. Pterosaurs flew actually by flapping their fourth finger.
But the hunting behavior of these toothless flying reptiles remains a mystery.
They might have sat on top of the water and just grabbed fish that were coming by. The other possibility is that maybe they used these huge bills as skimmers that would skim along the surface of the water and actually catch fish on the move.
But scientists are still trying to explain the large crest on these creatures' heads.
We have here the orbit where the eyeball would fit, and then above it we have the crest that Pteranodon's famous for. And the crest might have been a counterbalance that helped to balance the effect of the bill if it was skimming the water. The other possibility is that it's simply an ornament. Think of it as wearing a hat. And as such, it might have been larger in the males. That's commonly the case. The reptiles, the males are usually the showing individuals.
But anatomical features often have more than one function. Some pterosaurs may have also used their crests as a rudder when floating on the water. Their wings tilted up behind them like two sails.
So basically, if they want a sort of cruising, just feeding and moving around, this would be the ideal way of locomotion because they don't need any kind of musculature. It is like a three-masted sailing boat.
Flight is an incredibly complex activity, particularly for a predator whose livelihood required tracking prey while aloft. A pterosaur's brain had to be able to handle loads of in-flight information.
Looking at flying animals, whether it's pterosaurs or birds, we've always tended to focus on aerodynamics, and that makes perfectly good sense. One thing that's been kind of neglected, though, is actually looking at what's going on in the cockpit. What is the flight control system like in these animals? And so what we can do then is actually compare the brain structure of birds and pterosaurs.
An anatomy professor at Ohio University, Lawrence Whitmer, creates three-dimensional brain images by CT scanning the fossilized skulls of extinct animals.
There's a particular lobe of the brain called the flocculus that in birds is relatively large. In pterosaurs, it's absolutely enormous, much larger than what we see in birds. This presented a real question for us. Why did pterosaurs have such a huge flocculus?
The flocculus receives sensory information from the body about the body's position and communicates it back to the brain, all of which is critical in maintaining a predator's gaze on its prey.
So birds have a large flocculus, which makes sense. The question is, why did pterosaurs have such a large flocculus? And so it got me thinking, what is different about birds than pterosaurs?
Birds' wings are made of feathers, which don't have nerve endings in them. But well-preserved pterosaur fossils reveal a wing that is made out of a thin membrane of skin.
A skin that's richly supplied with nerve endings. And so what that suggested to me is that potentially the pterosaurs were receiving a huge amount of sensory information from that wing, communicating up through the spinal cord into that gigantic floccular lobe of the cerebellum for processing.
So, pterosaurs' wings had more than just an aerodynamic function.
Pterosaurs, what they've done is they've also turned their wing into essentially a smart wing, a gigantic sensory organ, collecting all kinds of information, potentially on things like airspeed, angle of attack, all of these kinds of things that would then be communicated back to the brain.
This would then be coordinated with information on balance coming from the inner ear, and then relayed to the eye muscles to keep the gaze fixed on a target.
A lot of effort to keep your eyes fixed on a target, but if you're a predatory animal, that's the difference between a meal and potentially no meal. Pterosaurs were indeed, in a sense, more highly attuned and sophisticated aerial predators than what we had thought before.
It's almost like a sort of autopilot device. In other words, if there's a turbulence in the ear, the wing will be able to pick it up and send information to the ear, and the ear will tell how to adjust.
Our efforts to understand these creatures can take us on a journey inside their heads, or out into the far reaches of their environment. Paleontologists and geologists attempt to envision prehistoric environments to better understand how they shape their inhabitants, including the largest predator of all time.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary. He said if the garage is full, they go to the overflow.
Well, I heard him. I was right here. Just stand quiet. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive
can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Hey, snack fans, this game day is about to get even more epic. Buy 2 or more participating products, like Ore-Ida fries, Velveeta queso, or Heinz ketchup, for a chance to win $25,000 towards an ultimate football experience.
If you feel like you're on the wrong road with your finances, Credit Karma can help you push through to a better place. Because that's how you gain the power to reach your horizons, wherever they may take you. Find your way to money with personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. Intuit Credit Karma, proud partner of Team USA.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple news sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. Check Trivago. Benny, check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel, Trivago.
Getting glasses soon?
Glasses, why is it tough?
You know at Stanton you can get 2 glasses and an eye exam for just $79? Let me show you.
Okay, let's go. Got the exam, chose the phrase, lasted within 30 minutes. Stanton off the rules.
The conventional fictional image we have of dinosaurs is of terrifying creatures emerging from prehistoric graves to wreak havoc on modern civilization. The very thing that threatens humanity, overcrowding and overdevelopment, would make our world a challenge for dinosaurs, like the largest predator of all time, Giganotosaurus.
Just imagine a T-Rex, a third again as large, and that's pretty staggering to think about.
One of the reasons that we might not see very large creatures now is that there's a lot of sort of habitat segmenting. So a large animal has to stay alive from its environment. The places where they live are basically places that are not all cut up into little blocks. They have quite an area where they can migrate through, and they can take advantage of food sources, not just in one small area like we might see today, but in a much more open area where they can really have a much larger home range.
Giganotosaurus was big, 7 tons in weight, and the length of 2 African elephants standing end to end. To get that size, he consumed his body weight in flesh on a yearly basis, and needed a big plate off of which to eat. Giganotosaurus had all of South America as his trough.
For Giganotosaurus, getting so large may have been very helpful due to the fact that it was probably hunting very large animals like titanosaurs. Some of the largest animals to ever walked on our planet were titanosaurs, like Argentinosaurus. So if you're going to hunt extremely large animals, being large yourself is very advantageous.
The contrast between T-Rex's and Giganotosaurus's teeth tells the story of Giganotosaurus's fleshy diet.
If you look at a Tyrannosaur tooth, you've got basically a very robust tooth. It's a lot like a railroad spike. This thing was probably terrific for crushing bone. Or if you look at Giganotosaurus's tooth, it's a much thinner tooth, highly serrated from edge to edge. This is a meat-cutting tooth.
To grasp why predator and prey were able to supersize, we need an understanding of paleoecology, the relationship of these animals to their environments 100 million years ago.
That animal didn't live just in a vacuum, it lived in an environment. So what was that environment like? And how did that environment change through time? What we're standing on right now, it didn't look like it looked, X number of years ago. That's kind of the story that we're always trying to reconstruct.
We're not interested in just collecting fossils as trophies. We're interested in looking at these extinct organisms. As a biologist would look today at a raccoon or a chimpanzee. We want to know how they lived, what they ate, who ate them, what were their habits. And to do that, you can't just look at bones, but you have to look at all the organisms that go along with the bones. You have to look at the sediments that go along with the organisms, and then you start to look at the whole paleoecology. And that's where we are today.
Reconstructing the environment that an extinct animal lived is basically done through geology. We examine the rocks, look for evidence of whether there were river or lake systems in the area, or whether it was a desert with large dunes. And we also look inside the rocks for plant fossils and for pollen, which gives us some idea of what the flora of the area would have looked like.
Patagonia, Argentina in the Cretaceous period 90 million years ago was a paradise for Giganotosaurus.
So the Cretaceous, for me, is an exceedingly interesting geological time period. In the last about 250 million years, it's never been warmer on Earth. We've never had higher CO2 levels. Sea level has never been higher. And the result of this was a really productive environment worldwide, just this verdant bounty of plants and animals that existed. All this plant food, this giant salad bowl of the Cretaceous then resulted in 60-ton, maybe 100-ton herbivores during the Cretaceous period. And if you put all that meat on the table, then you're going to end up with a lot of predators also at the buffet.
The mild climate had other size effects.
We probably account for the large size in the Cretaceous, in part at least, from the fact that it was warm. And mammals like you or I, we use a lot of the energy we get from the food we eat just simply keep ourselves warm. If we didn't have to do that, we could take that same energy and get big. And that's apparently what these reptiles were doing. Everything was a giant. In general, bigger is better. You're better at competing for mates. You can kind of shove the 80-pound weakling out of the way, or you can eat larger things, and it takes larger things to eat you. So there's just a lot of advantages of being big. One of the advantages, you simply get to places faster, because if your legs are short, you're just simply slower.
Experts can reconstruct an animal's long-lost environment by analyzing the content of the soil it walked on.
As a paleontologist, I've worked in Egypt and in the Gobi Desert of China and in Patagonia, but I also come right here to New Jersey, right here to this pit that contains sediment that was deposited about 65 million years ago at the very end of the Cretaceous period, at the end of the time of the dinosaurs.
Professor Lacovera and graduate student Jason Shine investigate the mineral composition of the soil in this mining pit. It gives them their first clue to what this spot once was: beachfront property.
So the dark green color of this sediment is caused by the mineral composition of this deposit. The mineral that's giving it this color is called glauconite. And glauconite almost always forms in a shallow, productive marine environment. We can see here lots of little lines going all over the place here. That's because as the sediment was being deposited, the seafloor was occupied by just a plethora of different marine animals, invertebrates and vertebrates. They were walking on the surface, they were digging down into the ground, and they were disturbing the sediment as it was being deposited. That's a process that we call bioturbation. But what we see here is evidence of just a riot of life that was going on at this location.
Just a little looking supports this observation. It's a productive fossil site.
And here is a vertebra of, I'm guessing, crocodile. We've been here for 5 minutes, and already we've started to discover 65-million-year-old crocodiles right here in New Jersey.
Experts are able to look at an environment today and figure out what happened in the distant past.
Sort of like CSI, a good sediment geologist is a very sophisticated detective. They have a lot of tools at their disposal, from microscopes to mass spectrometers, and they can find a lot about sediment environment by using those tools appropriately.
We watch waves today on a beach, or if we watch a river flowing down a valley, we can see the processes operating there, and we can see that they leave a signature in the sediments that allow us to fingerprint an environment. This sediment here is ancient, but it's unconsolidated, unlithified, as we say. It could also be the case that groundwater going through this sediment could precipitate out minerals between the grains, cement them together, and this could become a sandstone. That sandstone could be thrust up into a mountain range, and still, it would have the fingerprints of its deposition. And we would be able to go up into that mountain range and say, oh, shallow marine deposit near a coast. The present is the key to the past.
And just as understanding an animal's environment leads to deductions about its life, analysis of a creature's bones can tell us about its environment.
When you get specific details of chemical composition of bones and specific isotopes of certain elements like oxygen, carbon that are trapped in their bones, they tell us a tremendous amount about what they ate, what the climate was like. And so there's lots of ways you can now narrow down a lot of older ideas about animals and say, look, these things are now reasonable, these things we've ruled out.
Yesterday's ideas about dinosaurs are constantly changing based on new environmental work. For example, the profile of Spinosaurus, a 7-ton megacarnivore from the Cretaceous period in Africa, has recently been revised.
You might have seen portrayals of Spinosaurus as being this really gung-ho predator that might jump on the backs of other dinosaurs, etc. Well, we know now from environmental work that Spinosaurus lived in a mangrove swamp about 95 million years ago, and it probably ate fish. And in fact, it had 6-foot spines coming off of its vertebrae that don't appear to have been flexible. It probably would have been a fairly cautious animal as opposed to sort of a cartoonish version of it. So if you don't understand the environment of that animal, you really don't understand the animal.
The more bizarre the creature, the harder it may be for scientists to truly understand behavior. Using CT scans, scientists venture inside the giant heads of these lethal predators.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary. He said if the garage is full, they go to the
overflow wire to mouth right here. Let's just stand quiet. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
This hotel's great.
Yeah, and only $250 a night.
What? I got it for $155. You didn't check Trivago?
You gotta check Trivago.
On Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites.
Hundreds of them.
See? Same hotel, $100 less.
I should have checked Trivago.
You should have checked Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago. Swiffer Duster atrapa 4 veces más polvo para una limpieza que hasta mamá aprueba.
Alcance.
Y llega a esos lugares.
Qué fácil.
Ahora con tiras atrapa polvo que remueven hasta lo más difícil. Swiffer Duster Heavy Duty. Ámalo o recupera tu dinero. Con el pelo, lo que empieza aquí, termina acá. Pero el nuevo Swiffer Sweeper Deluxe atrapa todo. Las escobas solo empujan la suciedad, pero Swiffer te da una limpieza de verdad. Nuevo Swiffer Sweeper Deluxe plegable, la madre de los limpiadores.
This is from our dog.
Remember?
You never got new glasses, did you?
Well, you didn't know Stanton Optical makes eye care easy.
Exactly.
2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam for $79. Stanton Optical, easy as power thing.
My car insurance bill doubled?
You should try Insurify. In just a few clicks, you can compare rates from dozens of insurance companies. And you could.
I just got the same coverage for half the price.
Hey, that's what I was gonna say. Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
At the dawn of the Cenozoic era, a new South American super predator stepped in to fill the vacancy atop the food chain caused by the extinction of the dinosaurs. Starting 58 million years ago, the Forus racidae, who reached heights of 9 feet, chased down prey at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour. They have been nicknamed terror birds for their fierceness.
We can sort of look at the terror birds and we can sort of see in them almost a re-evolution of many of the attributes that we see in some of these more conventional predatory dinosaurs. Terror birds aren't quite as big as Tyrannosaurus, but they're still, for birds, gigantic, bipedal animals running around on 2 legs, but then also very much head dominant, pushing 3 feet in length. That's an enormous, ridiculously large skull. These animals were probably very much Tyrannosaur-like, using their heads more than other parts of their anatomy as the killing and manipulating organ.
But curiously, this family of birds gave up flight and returned to the ground.
Yet it does seem really counterintuitive to have to evolve this mode of locomotion that seems so wonderful, flight, to actually get rid of it and become flightless.
Researchers speculate that terror birds gave up flight because it allowed them to develop large, reinforced skulls suited for capturing and dismembering animals, but too heavy for flight.
They have really, really huge heads for any bird. And most of that head is this big, long, very deep, very sharp beak with a big hook on it. You don't see that except in birds that are predatory. No reason for a non-predator bird to have a big, sharp hook at the end. And especially with a skull that size and a beak that rigid and that robust, it only makes sense if they're cutting and breaking very large things, large cuts of meat.
The skull of Andogolornis, a 5-foot-tall terror bird that lived 5 million years ago, illustrates the stark difference between birds that can fly and those who can't.
We can see that it's actually set up quite a bit different from some of the other skulls that we can see in this area here. For instance, this right here is the skull of an 8-foot-tall ostrich, and this is the skull of maybe a 5-foot-tall terror bird. We can see this is dramatically different than what we see in this ostrich.
The Andogolornis skull also dramatically differs in structure.
In front view, you can really get a sense of how narrow the snout is. So they have a very tall, very narrow snout, which has a big impact on the function, the biomechanics, really the architecture of how these skulls are built. What that suggests is that this skull is really built for, in a sense, biting down, and also for tearing, pulling back. So this hooked beak right here, which would be covered in a horny substance, would actually dig into the prey, then the neck would pull back and retract the entire skull, which would impart sort of a ripping or tearing movement. What's really interesting is if we actually CAT scan this guy, get inside and really see how he's constructed. What we'll do is we'll scan it pretty much in life position here.
At Oblenis Memorial Hospital in Athens, Ohio, Chief CT technologist Heather Rockhold helps Dr. Whitmer prepare to scan.
What's that? All right, go have a look. We use something like CT scanning to look inside the skull of an extinct animal. What we see are basically the bone and the spaces within the bone and around the bone. The brain is long gone. Time to strip that away. However, what we can do is still look at what the brain cavity tells us. And the brain cavity itself records the general shape of the brain. Here in the back part of the brain, you can see the cerebellar region in there. What we see there is that the cerebrum is actually quite large. It has large visual sensory areas within the cerebrum.
These attributes indicate to experts that detecting odors was not that important for terror birds. Though these animals would not have turned down a malodorous scavenged meal, they primarily hunted down live prey.
The delicate canals of the inner ear, which are buried deep inside here, what those show us is that this two-part function of the inner ear, the one function associated with equilibrium or the sense of balance, the other with hearing, both of those are very well developed, suggesting that balance and sensing turning movements of the head, which is what the top part of the inner ear does, was very sophisticated in this animal. This animal actually was able to sense subtle turning movements of the head and probably employed relatively rapid, quick turning movements to keep its eyes fixed on potentially fast-moving prey. Now we're getting nothing from the beak.
The CT scan of the snout reveals something unexpected.
Interesting. It's like a cavity in the beak there.
It's totally hollow.
Given the lifestyle of this animal as a predator and how narrow it is, we would have predicted that this hollow space would have been buttressed internally by strut. We don't see that. That cried out for explanation. In fact, that explanation was kind of long coming because it had us really surprised.
Scientists now speculate that Andogolornis clapped its jaws together to create a low-frequency sound.
Low-frequency sounds have the interesting property is that they can propagate over long distances, even sort of over rough or heavily forested terrain. Certainly, this sort of chattering of the jaws with this deep wooden resonating chamber in the snout could have been important for courtship, but it also could have been important for communication over long distances. These are not the kind of things that we can answer for sure, but one interesting thing is that the CT scanning actually raised this whole issue altogether.
The CT scans also indicated something scientists never thought they could predict: the posture of these prehistoric animals when they were wearing. There was a clue to this locked deep inside their skulls.
When animals are alert, like when a twig snaps, they tend to orient their head in a very characteristic posture. And it turns out that that posture is in such a position that a particular part of the inner ear is oriented horizontally, level with the horizon. In reality, animals spend a lot of time being alert. And so the fact of the matter is we can now reconstruct the alert posture of these animals. For instance, for some of these pterosaurs, it turns out that some of them held their heads horizontally when they were alert. But others, it turns out that they actually held their heads strongly nose down. Their heads were very steeply inclined when they were alert. Kind of makes sense, because what it means then, if we put it in this orientation and look at head view, this crest right here actually will sort of block the vision. By dropping the head down, it'll actually allow vision to be much more enhanced, actually visual field overlap, which enhances binocular vision.
Though CT scanning allows scientists to reconstruct the brains of extinct animals, they still turn to modern animals to attempt to reconstruct fine details, like the way flesh interacts with bone.
We've always looked at the skulls of these dinosaurs and seen holes and grooves and things like that. And for a long time, they didn't seem to really carry much significance to us. We knew that maybe there was probably blood vessels and nerves, but we couldn't really make any sense of that. What really allowed us to sort of put the pieces together, we're actually looking at the modern relatives of these animals.
Dr. Whitmer dissects modern specimens in an effort to reconstruct the soft tissues of the dinosaurs.
We're really trying to sort of flesh things out and see what these animals were like. We really need to look at animals that are around today that still have those soft tissues that we're trying to reconstruct in the dinosaurs. Fortunately, we've got some resources right here. Got a walk-in freezer with all kinds of critters in it. And we really have a whole host of animals in here. Everything ranging from crocodiles to rhinos. We've got loons. So we'll actually probe these animals, strip off the flesh, literally, to see how it interacts with the bone. Then we'll take that information, go back to the fossils, and really start to sort things out. But these are critical players in that whole process.
Understanding the musculature and the vascular and nervous systems of modern animals allows him to reconstruct how tissue interacted with bone in the past.
All of a sudden, the fossils look different. All of a sudden, it's not just a random collection of holes and grooves. All of a sudden, conceptually anyway, there are blood vessels and nerves coming through those holes and grooves. And not just any blood vessels and nerves, but nerves and blood vessels that we know and understand.
Though terror birds were aggressive predators, they would have had no chance against this huge herbivore. It lumbered across South America for 2 million years before it mysteriously became extinct.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah. It's easy. Switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out. I can only be up to perks. Don't mind if I do. For a limited time, get our most value pack plan ever. Plus, switch right now and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. Stay chillin', just switch.
A diagnosis doesn't define you. Even ATTR cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. So why would life with ATTR-CM define you? You have the power of choice. Attruby is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTR-CM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. Attruby helps slow the progression of ATTR-CM. People taking Attruby were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist if Attruby is right for you. It's time to get busy living.
Your thoughts on these pretty rare for our wings?
They're good, but they're not like the wings of buffalo.
But you ate a whole plate of them.
Who did that? Couldn't have been me.
Uh-huh.
There's something decidedly medieval about Doedicurus. Maybe it's his rhinoceros-like size. 3,000 pounds of flesh supported by feet that are barely visible beneath his bulk, kind of like a moving fortress. Or perhaps it's that chainmail armor, 1,800 bony plates concealing a deep layer of fat that acts like a shock absorber in battle. Or it could be that spiked mace-like tail that can be wielded against other males during mating season. And, of course, against predators.
It was a plant eater, and it was a big Who would want to have him for lunch? They couldn't really take a bite.
It had a huge domed, bony shell. It's completely covered its entire body, especially when it's squatted down to the ground.
Doedicurus was not built for beauty, certainly not for speed, but he was built to last. In fact, he managed to survive for most of the past 2 million years. But like the rest of the sturdy Pleistocene caste, the mammoth, the saber-tooth, and the woolly rhino, he disappeared within the last 11,000 years. Scientists are searching for the cause of these great beasts' disappearance. Why did such hardy creatures, also known as the mammalian megafauna, become extinct? Not surprisingly, the answer isn't simple. It begins with the concept of extinction, which on the positive side creates opportunity.
The rise of the mammalian megafauna wouldn't have been possible were it not for the extinction of the dinosaurs. And to examine this idea, it's instructive to think about the idea of niche, a biological niche. You can think of a niche essentially as the job description of an organism. Not just who was it, but what did it eat, who ate it, what was its environment, its behaviors, its physiology, and all of those things together combine to make the niche of an organism.
The dinosaurs had taken all the good jobs during the Cretaceous period. Their extinction made room for new blood.
All of the non-avian dinosaurs go extinct 65 million years ago, and essentially there are all these environmental job descriptions now lying vacant. And this time it's the mammals that step up, go through this burst of evolution and diversification, and then you see mammals occupying niches that were formerly occupied by dinosaurs.
Doedicurus was likely better equipped to handle one-on-one combat than changes in weather.
When we talk about extinction, we should realize that change is bad. Organisms are evolved specifically for a certain habitat. And anything that changes that habitat is not likely to be good for it. So the first rule of extinction is change, no matter what it is a bad thing.
The so-called Ice Age extinction, lasting from approximately 13,000 to 9,000 years ago, wiped out many different kinds of animals, including Doedicurus, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and woolly rhinos. Its cause has long been a subject of debate in the scientific community.
Ever since the days of Darwin, when they first started finding these large Ice Age mammals that were clearly no longer around, people have speculated as to why they all went extinct.
There are competing theories. One prominent one, the overkill theory, postulates that the human expansion into more habitats put pressure on other mammal species. The so-called Clovis people moved from Asia into North America, perhaps as early as 14,000 years ago, bringing with them flint spearheads for hunting large game.
Especially in North America, there is a close correspondence between the last radiocarbon dates on the Big Ice Age megamammals and the first appearance of humans with Clovis points that came over from the Bering land bridge from Asia. And so the overkill school says that all these naive North American large mammals had never had a predator like humans, and that when humans came, they probably wiped them out. But there are certainly problems with the idea that humans wiped out everything. The biggest problem, which is that we don't have evidence that they actually hunted a lot of these animals, and it's very odd that certain animals that they don't seem to have hunted at all died out, and that there's no reason to think they would die out.
Some scientists theorize that climate change, a rapid warming that brought on the mild climate that we have now, disrupted habitats and caused the extinction.
This is also a time of great climatic change. It's the rapid transition from the last glacial to the present interglacial, which we're in right now, and that event took place very rapidly. We're talking about major shifts in just decades.
Scientists believe that climate change can't entirely explain the extinction because there have been other cold and warm snaps during the Pleistocene that didn't lead to mass extinction.
My feeling is that it's probably the case for people like simple answers, but nature isn't so simple.
The most accepted theory now is that there was a combination of climate change and overhunting that brought on mass extinction.
There are certainly climatic stresses going on, and maybe humans are just like the tip of the iceberg, and they pick out certain animals, especially like mammoths and bison, and might have pushed some of those, like mammoths, to extinction.
When you talk about theories of extinction, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. Extinction may be severe because 2 or 3 of these factors came into play at the same time.
Extinction, though it often wipes out creatures that survived and adapted for millions of years, is a partner to evolution.
Evolution doesn't actually produce the best possible solution. It only produces a better solution. And if, in fact, we didn't have extinctions, probably what would happen is that evolution would pretty much grind to a halt.
And so we might find ourselves in a similar ecosystem that was around in, for example, the Jurassic, and we might be living in the shadow of dinosaurs.
It's only extinctions that give an opportunity to roll the evolutionary dice one more time. As a result of this, we might get something new and perhaps even better than we had before.
Scientists are continually confronted with the bones of bizarre creatures. How do they approach something they haven't seen before?
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary. He said if the garage is full, they go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quiet.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Infinite worlds await. Some like them toasted. Eat them how you like them.
Pop-Tart, crazy!
Find a sitter who's a perfect match for your pet. Rover, we get your pet.
In a world where everyone charges for tire care, there's the BS-free tire guarantee from Midas. Included with every tire purchase, you'll go on to pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations. That's $0 for all that. So while some other guys charge for tire care, we don't. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Most often, paleontologists dig up the bones of a partial skeleton. The rest of the remains have been eaten by predators, scattered by a shift in geology, or simply eroded from exposure. These partial remains present basic questions about the creature. Why was it designed in this way? What behavior can be inferred about the beast that wore these bones? Paleontologists are faced with these challenges every day. But how does this work in practice? What are the first things a scientist does when faced with a set of mysterious, anonymous bones?
Presented with an animal like this, it's a really good question to see if we can figure out what kind of animal it was, how it lived its life. Certainly it's a very interesting sort of animal. Looking at the structure of the teeth is one of the first things we can do to see what an animal was like and what it did. One thing that's remarkable about these teeth is these are the teeth of a predator. Not only are they sort of sharp and pointy, but a key feature is that they're actually directed backwards. So we call that recurve. It's actually very similar to what we see in the teeth on the skull of Velociraptor right here. if you're a prey item, is that it's pretty easy to get in, but it's pretty tough to get out. Another attribute that we can see by looking at this is this animal had really big jaw muscles. This whole cavity in here is absolutely enormous for a skull of this size. And all of these muscles set right down in here. What that suggests is that whatever it was biting, whatever prey organism, it was actually biting it very hard.
This skull looks like a reptile to me, but it's not a dinosaur. Dinosaurs had a particular hole in the skull between the eye socket, which is here, and the nasal openings here. It is a reptile, but it's not a dinosaur.
A really interesting thing actually relates to this structure right here in the nose. This is a very unusual kind of structure that is actually related to sort of a funny kind of sense of smell, in that it's sensing chemicals. This is actually something that we call a vomeronasal organ. And it's not regular smell. Regular smell is actually very far back in the nasal cavity. This is actually a special kind of organ that's involved with actually tasting smell. Seeing this in this animal right here tells me that this animal probably almost certainly had a forked tongue.
So I'm going to take this skull, try to flesh it out, try to put some flesh on the bones, and do my recreation of whatever this creature must have looked like. You can see a big eye socket there. It looks like he had fairly large eyes. Give him a nice sort of reptilian slit pupil up there. Straight mouth. He has sort of a curving lower jaw. Give him a sort of a reptilian dewlap down there.
There's some other features here, for example, on the lower jaw, this is actually a hinge. And this animal can flex its lower jaw downward as it opens its mouth, which allows it to stretch and bend the lower jaw down. This is a feature unique to just a few families of lizards.
But there's little speculation left for Dr. Whitmer. The nose structure leads to a positive identification.
This is not an iguana. This is not a gecko. This is a monitor lizard, because this is a very specialized kind of nose structure that we find really only in monitor lizards. From there, the next question is what kind of monitor lizard is it? There's lots and lots of different kinds. Based on the size of this, I would suggest it's almost certainly a Komodo dragon, which is the largest living lizard today.
A monster from the present. A Komodo dragon weighs in at around 150 to 300 pounds. They are the top predators on the Komodo Islands in Indonesia.
They hunt fairly large mammals, and their way of hunting is to jump out on a game trail and quickly put a bite on a prey. They have in their saliva Clostridium bacteria, which are toxic. So even if it only gets a nip on the animal and the animal gets away, it's infected the wound with a bacterium that will kill the animal in 2 or 3 days.
They can ingest up to 80% of their body weight in one meal. Komodo dragons may swallow smaller prey whole. Their ancestors are ancient and can be traced back to about 100 million years ago in Central Asia. We can explore both their lineage and behavior by taking a closer look at their brains.
Certainly, one of the key things that we need to do to try to sort out how this animal lived its life is actually run this thing through a CT scanner so we can see inside, get back to this area, the brain cavity, and see what kind of structures that we might be able to see.
Okay, this would be interesting.
This is actually the skull of a Komodo dragon. So it's not a dinosaur, but it's still really interesting for us to look at, partly because it's the largest living lizard. Let's give it a go.
The scan reveals modest-sized cerebral hemispheres, indicating an animal that lives by instinct. The inner ear, more advanced than that of its ancestors, suggests enhanced hearing and balance, key for a pursuit predator. Though fearsome, the Komodo looks modest compared to our monsters from the past. They may seem particularly spectacular and freakish from our present moment, but it's mostly a question of perspective.
I think there's a perception that animals of the past are somehow more extreme than animals alive today. But I think what you have to keep in mind is that today we're looking at just a single interval in geological history, just an instant, literally. When we look at the fossil record, you're seeing, in the case of hard-bodied life, you're seeing 500 million years of evolution. So that's a lot of time with which to work, and over geological time, very, very improbable events can become probable. If you look at 500 million years of evolution, where you're going to see some really improbable events. I wouldn't think of these as monsters. They were animals that were precisely adapted to their environment, who were just trying to make a living, sort of like you and I.
Comets pummeled our planet eons ago, making Earth unlivable, even as they brought the building blocks for life. They may be responsible for the largest mass extinction ever. Could they hit our planet now and condemn mankind? Today, scientists search for, track, and study these mysterious and terrifying celestial wanderers to reveal our past and predict our future. A comet will hit the Earth. The odds of impact are 100%. Now, comets, prophets of doom. Imagine this scenario. The end of a busy day in Los Angeles, California. As dusk gathers, the city sparkles from the glow of a billion lights. Cool evening breezes sweep through the boulevards and canyons like they have 1,000,000 times before. This sleepy evening seems like any other, but it's not. This evening is like no other in recorded history. A comet is passing very close to Earth. So close that harmless bits of comet dust, grains of rock and ice, will rain down in storms of fiery meteors as Earth passes through the comet's tail. But Earth's gravity has also pulled pieces of this comet apart. Too big to burn up in our atmosphere, these pieces of ice and rocks come hurtling down on an unsuspecting metropolis. This scenario may seem unlikely, but the chances of a comet grazing our planet are real, and the consequences dire. Scientists can't rule out that pieces of a comet could impact the Earth. Even worse, should one take direct aim at Earth, there is a very real possibility of complete and utter annihilation.
Impacts from comets are certainly a real phenomenon. They have happened in the past and they will happen. It's very rare, but it's absolutely horrendous. It's the most extreme example of a catastrophe of low probability but huge magnitude. And our civilization cannot afford to risk being hit by a large comet or asteroid.
But what is a comet? How How is it different from an asteroid? How is it related to shooting stars?
A comet is a small body that orbits the sun, usually on kind of an eccentric orbit, so not a nearly circular orbit like the planet. And it's basically a ball a few miles across made of ice and rock and other substances such as frozen carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, methane, some other things.
This ball of rock and ice is called the comet's nucleus, or core.
And as the comet approaches the sun, these ices vaporize, and this turns into gas, releases some of this dust and dirt and stuff, making what we call the coma, the fuzzy head of the comet, and then the really small pieces get pushed out by pressure of sunlight, radiation pressure, into the dust tail.
Comets are created in the deepest reaches of the solar system. They travel in giant, elongated orbits far away, unless some force knocks them out of their orbit towards the sun. When a comet approaches the sun, its ices and gases called volatiles vaporize to produce the tail in a process called sublimation. Although a comet is mostly ice and dirt, its surface is a shell of carbon that forms as the volatiles below the surface collect on it during the sublimation process.
It's a bit like a baked Alaska, where you take a brick of ice cream and you cover it with meringue, throw it in the oven, and the outside layer protects the inside layer from the warming influence of the sun. So it's a very complex structure.
Asteroids are other rocky bodies that also orbit the sun, but have few, if any, volatiles. They orbit either in a band of asteroidal debris called the asteroid belt, or in another, more distant band of debris called the Kuiper belt.
You can see an object that happens to have a tail, maybe from sublimating gases or something, then they call it a comet. An asteroid is something without a tail. And that's the only distinction that observers would use.
Originally, it seemed to everyone to be clear, asteroids were these lumpy rocks, mostly between Mars and Jupiter, but sometimes you find them elsewhere, and comets were these things that came from further out, and when they got near the sun, they'd warm up, and volatiles would start to give off gases and become tail. So comets had tails, and asteroids didn't. However, over the years, people have found they've been fooled a few times.
For example, some comets have been found in the outer regions of the Kuiper belt. Curiously, Pluto, identified as a planet in 1930, could best be described as an icy body. In other words, Pluto fits the definition of a comet.
Pluto is the ninth planet, but it's also a comet body. It's a collection of the vast number of icy, rocky bodies that are orbiting beyond Neptune. And Pluto is the largest in the class. There's currently a lot of debate whether Pluto should be considered a planet.
Blurring the line between comets and asteroids even further, and contrary to popular belief, the phenomenon on Earth known as a meteor shower is primarily attributed to comets and not asteroids. A meteor is the visual display of light in the sky as a bit of dust and dirt burns up upon entering our atmosphere.
There's the dust material that comes off from a comet that makes the tail that we see in the sky for a bright comet. If that material intersects the Earth's orbit, particularly at night, then we would see meteors coming from those bodies as they hit the atmosphere and were vaporized at the top of the atmosphere.
Right now, there are about 30,000 to 40,000 tons of asteroid and comet material that land on the Earth every year.
That's a lot of dust burning up in the sky and settling to Earth. But it's not just comet dust that can hit the Earth. Whole comets can. In 1994, comet Shoemaker-Levy took direct aim on planet Jupiter, producing violent impacts. If it could happen there, it can happen here. In fact, it almost certainly has. Geologic evidence suggests large bodies, possibly comets, have already plowed into our planet, destroying many of Earth's creatures. If it were to happen again today, such a collision could send all life on Earth toward extinction within hours, even minutes. With literally trillions of comets in our solar system, that threat is very real.
It's once every maybe 50 to 100 billion years that a real blockbuster comes by, and then it doesn't matter where you live, you're dead.
But comets don't even need to impact us to incite panic. For millennia, their mere appearance in our skies has inspired terror and confusion.
Planet Earth about to be recycled. Your only chance to survive or evacuate is to leave with us.
In 1997, the Heaven's Gate religious cult saw the appearance of a new comet as something mystical, not merely astronomical. They believed a spaceship following in the tail of Comet Hale-Bopp would release them from Earth and take them to heaven. For 39 members, this belief was so strong, they committed suicide. Beyond these apocalyptic stories is a dawning irony among scientists. The ingredients that make up these potentially earth-shattering comets also make up our solar system and our planet. And they may provide the raw materials necessary for life. In other words, the ingredients that make up comets make up us.
Comets play a role in life on Earth. They play several roles. Comets and also asteroids are outer solar system materials, which are rich in things that are important in life that the Earth is intrinsically almost devoid of, such as water, carbon, and nitrogen.
Comets have plowed into Earth during its ancient past, and comet dust is raining down on us all the time. So what danger do these mysterious objects pose to our immediate survival? What's in the volatile gases that make up its core? Are any headed towards us now? Are we in the shadow of a lurking killer? The best way to answer those questions is to go to a comet, learn more about them, maybe poke one with a stick, or chip a piece off. Two recent NASA expeditions were conceived to do just that. But instead of poking a comet with a stick, NASA's engineers wanted to drive a probe traveling 6 times faster than a speeding bullet right into a comet's very core.
And Progressive makes getting claim support so easy.
Jim Lyons is passive progressive.
Wow, they support you, Grandma supports you. You're a lucky guy.
Joe doesn't have Progressive and takes it out on those who do.
And Progressive makes it easy to make changes to my policy.
Oh, great, you can add Sarah here.
It's Julie.
Right, Sarah was the one your mom really liked. Hi, Julie.
I'm putting my Progressive savings towards another cruise.
Look how young you were.
Don't be passive progressive.
Look how cute you were
Get good coverage and savings for yourself.
before you could talk.
Feel more confident with a weight loss plan. Here.
I'm happier with my body and appearance than I've been for a long time.
The app's been a really helpful companion. It keeps me on track.
The impact has been amazing. I'm definitely excited to see where this journey takes me. Lose weight and gain confidence through Hims. Start today at Hims.com.
There's an easier way. From little fixes to big projects, taking care of your home is easy with Thumbtack. Download the Thumbtack app and start caring for your home today.
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog. It pays to know what's coming. Every great league began with a bold first step, and there's no shortage of second chances. Against impossible odds, you don't stand down. You swing yours. Kalshi, trade on anything.
Did you know that Earth is 10,000 times older than humans? Or that Antarctica is actually a desert? This fascinating planet is full of wonders waiting to be uncovered. Like rising temperatures causes severe droughts and storms. And how can we fight carbon emissions? Add it to beer. See what surprises the world has to reveal. This is Universe Mystery Solved by the History Channel.
Wednesday, June 22nd, 2005. This is Space Flight Operations Center at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, or JPL, in Pasadena, California. For nearly 6 months now, scientists and engineers have been monitoring and adjusting the trajectory of the Deep Impact Probe as it closes in on its comet target 72 million miles from Earth. The goal, to collide with Comet Tempel-1, a comet first observed in 1867. The comet is roughly 8 miles long and 2 miles wide, and it orbits the Sun every 5.5 years.
We're approximately 10 days from impact. There's a charged tension in the air, but everybody feels they're ready to go make this happen. Deep Impact is an extremely challenging mission. We're about to go hit a comet, which is in a hostile environment. And there are a lot of things we don't know about the comet. Well, these folks are getting ready for the Deep Impact encounter, which takes place on the evening of July 3rd. So communications are being established. We've got a room full of scientists and engineers who are getting their scripts and procedures ready.
Designing such a precise spacecraft takes years of careful preparation. Work actually began on Deep Impact in 1998, as the spacecraft and launcher were assembled and tested. The craft itself consisted of 2 elements, an impactor designed to crash into the comet, and an observer designed to separate, then photograph the impact from nearby. Mechanisms had to be tested on the ground before scientists were assured they would work in the hostile environment of empty space.
The impactor is about the size of a washing machine, and the flyby spacecraft is about the size of a small SUV. And one weighs 800 pounds, the other 1,300 pounds.
Finally, after years of assembly and testing, the craft was loaded into a rocket and the countdown began on the morning of January 12, 2005. Since its launch, JPL engineers have been monitoring the rocket as it hurtles towards Comet Tempel-1. Computers on board the spacecraft are linked to JPL's control center, so that engineers remain in contact with the craft.
After we launched, we performed a number of trajectory correction maneuvers to get the flight system headed in the right direction. Once we get to the desired place, which is 24 hours before impact, we're going to separate the two vehicles. And the impactor, on its own, is going to start heading towards the comet.
This animation speculates what the separation and ultimate impact might look like. That is, if all goes well. If it doesn't happen properly, the mission will fail. No one can say for sure what will happen at the moment of impact.
That's the beauty of this mission. There's nothing subtle about running into a comet at 6 miles a second. But what we don't understand is it going to be a large crater? Is it going to be a small crater with very little ejecta? If we're going to generate a large crater, say something the size of a football stadium, all of the material that is ejected out of that crater will be reflecting sunlight, and the comet could increase in brightness by a factor of about 100. And if it does that, it could be observable with binoculars.
That assumes that these scientists can pull off the collision between probe and comet. A big if, considering the distance and the speeds involved. If the impact does occur, scientists will gain insight into the nature of comets, including their makeup and density. If they can drill a crater into Tempel 1, they will peer into a time machine. Comets hold frozen in their icy cores the key to how our solar system formed nearly 5 billion years ago.
Asteroids and comets are the leftover building blocks of the pieces that ultimately formed planets.
If you could go back in time and watch the solar system form, you would see clouds of interstellar gas and dust. At some point, a volume of gas and dust combined. Over millions of years, this ball of dust gained enormous mass. As the density increased, pressure at the center of this sphere caused it to heat up and glow. Finally, at a certain threshold of temperature and mass, a nuclear reaction occurred. The giant disk flashed over in a tremendous explosion at the cloud center, igniting the fusion process reaction that sustains our sun. A star is born. Fast-moving solar wind from this flashover rippled through space, disrupting the arms of other swirling dust clouds, separating them into rings held by gravity around the young sun. These rings of dust and gas soon clumped together to form the planets.
Objects that were formed closer to the sun tend to have more rock and less ice, because ice can't exist close to the sun.
During and after the sun's formation, clumps of frozen material were thrown by the force of the nuclear explosion into the farthest reaches of the solar system, where they have preserved a record of our early solar system. This is what Deep Impact hopes to learn more about. There are two groups of these objects. The first group is the Kuiper Belt objects, asteroids and comets orbiting just beyond Neptune. Even farther out, nearly halfway to the nearest neighbor star, is the second group, a diffuse shell of orbiting comets called the Oort cloud. It's essentially the back of the solar system's freezer, and there are literally trillions of comets in this icebox.
I once sort of this joke wrote up a recipe to make a comet, and one of the parts of the recipe is you got to bake it at minus 450 degrees Fahrenheit for 4.5 billion years. I mean, the last step basically is don't do much with this material, just set it aside and store it.
Sometimes in the Oort cloud, a gravitational disruption knocks a comet into the inner solar system. Something similar to this happened on the young Earth about 4 billion years ago. Comets and asteroids began to pummel the Earth mercilessly. It was such a violent period in Earth's history that nothing could have survived. Ironically, it may be the very reason we're all here.
If you think you can't get good car insurance at a great price because your driving history isn't perfect, think again. At Freeway, we don't care if you have tickets, accidents, or even a DUI.
Freeway has the options to meet your needs.
So if you're looking for savings and coverage you can count on, today's your lucky day. Call us for a free, no obligation quote. It's that easy and that simple.
Freeway, official insurance partner of NASCAR. 800-683-0967. 800-683-0967.
It's that spooky time. The moon's up high. Masks and monsters fill the sky. Laugh with friends. Raise fear and cheer. But don't forget what's crystal clear. The creepiest thing you could ever do is keep the truth from your whole crew. So share the link. Don't wait. Don't nap. Tell your friends. Get the AJM Live app.
Download the app now.
Freeway Insurance, how can I help you?
Is it true you offer free car insurance quotes?
Yes, absolutely.
Then I can get insurance even with a bad driving record?
Yes, of course.
Even if I have a few tickets?
Yes, sir.
Do you have offices?
Yes.
Wow, Freeway really says yes to everything, huh?
Yes.
So, can I get your phone number? I just love your voice.
Sure. Write this down.
676-3021. 800-676-3021.
Man, I'm loving this new
Down City.
Yeah. Every time I drive, I feel like I'm in a movie now. I can do this all day.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase his feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
The Earth is a book whose story is told in pages of rock. A diary where each chapter is a layer of time. Each layer, millions of years of an epoch. There are certain places where the pages of Earth's diary are exposed for all to read. America's desert Southwest is such a place.
Right now we're looking at the Kaibab Formation. It's a system of interbedded sandstones and limestones on the Colorado Plateau. Dates back to about 250 to some 260 million years.
Geologists come to places like this to see millions of years compressed into a single stratum.
By taking a look at the rocks and examining the different layers, we can piece together a pretty good idea of what the Earth's history might have been. Its climatic history, its flora and fauna, and geologists use the fossils to tie together different rock units across the globe.
But this diary only goes back so far. At a certain point in the life of our planet, a time marked by cataclysmic impacts with comets and asteroids called the Heavy Bombardment Period, there are no more pages to read, no more layers to interpret. Nothing is left from Earth's infancy. Even rock didn't survive. The solar system was younger then and had more comets and asteroids orbiting the sun. This meant there was a higher incidence of impacts with objects like comets. The heat generated by impacts from this onslaught of comets and asteroids during this heavy bombardment period helped keep the Earth's surface molten. The water delivered by these icy comets was instantly turned into steam or completely evaporated.
But whatever caused the late heavy bombardment, it's clear that the entire inner solar system got pounded, including the Earth.
We don't know how this unfolded, because whatever rocks were here melted and reformed and melted again. So how do we know it happened?
Our whole concept of heavy bombardment on Earth did not come from geology and studying this planet. It came from studying the moon, from studying that little white thing up in the sky.
Unlike the Earth, the moon is geologically inactive. Its crust doesn't float on a molten core of rock or rattle with earthquakes that slowly erase and erode its features.
The moon has shared the same impact history as the Earth. And in the case of the moon, we see two kinds of impacts. During the first 400 or 500 million years after the moon was formed, there was just a lot of stuff getting in. For the last 4 billion years, it's hardly varied at all.
This heavy bombardment period ended as much of the loose material in the solar system was either gathered up by the planets through impacts or thrown out of the solar system by gravity. What is strange is what happened on Earth the geological instant all this chaos ended. Soon after the Earth cooled, when comet and asteroid impacts no longer kept the Earth virtually molten, water cooled without boiling away.
What happened is life. From the fossil evidence, it appears likely that almost as soon as the Earth cooled off, we had the beginnings of life on this planet.
How did life get here? Did deadly comets also play a role in establishing life on Earth? If so, how? In fact, the key to life may be the water in comets.
Water is important, but in terms of the biology we understand here on the Earth, it's critical. When anyone writes a biochemical equation, one of the things that's sort of understood in all of those equations is that that doesn't happen because these two molecules get together in a vacuum. It happens because they get together in liquid water. And in fact, water for large biochemical molecules can play a central role in helping get the biochemistry right. So liquid water is absolutely critical for life in almost any environment. So one of the mantras of astrobiology is to try to follow the water. That if you can find locations where there's liquid water, there's a much higher probability you'll also be potentially find evidence for life.
You drop a comet on the Earth, which is mostly ice, dirt, carbonaceous compounds, that supplies a significant part of the water that we find on Earth today. The estimates I've heard are that about perhaps 10 to 30% of the water on Earth came from comets, and therefore 10 to 30% of the water we use originated in comets. I'd say that's very important.
But comets don't just provide the water. They may provide the very building blocks of life. The genesis of life is beyond current scientific understanding, but the raw ingredients that make it up on Earth are basic: carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen in various combinations, referred to as organics. Without these, life as we know it doesn't exist. These elements exist in comets, not just as elements, but in intricate combinations called amino acids, structures that make up the proteins in our bodies and the bodies of other living things. How do we know comets contain these structures? By analyzing the light reflected by comets as we gaze at them through telescopes.
What you see here is a whole array of vials. Each of these vials contains a different polycyclic hermetic hydrocarbon. And when you turn on the lamp like this, then you see different molecules glow different colors. So if we measure these in the laboratory, we can can basically get a spectral thumbprint of what these molecules look like. And then we can search for that thumbprint with telescopes and find out are these molecules present in space or not. And that's of interest because we know these molecules, when they're processed by the kinds of conditions under which planets form, can be altered in such a way as to form molecules that are biologically very interesting.
Well, I think that it says that life really is a natural consequence of the physical and chemical conditions in the early Earth and the solar system and perhaps other stars.
Scientists still debate whether comets brought the building blocks of life to planet Earth. But what is now widely accepted by experts is that life was nearly wiped out on at least one occasion from a massive impact. Scientists initially resisted the idea that objects outside Earth could have such a catastrophic effect on its systems.
One of the important discoveries of my scientific lifetime was that the great mass extinction of 65 million years ago that hit in the dinosaurs and a whole lot of other creatures was due to an impact. That was a paradigm change to realize that a cosmic impact could wreak such havoc with the Earth's biosphere.
But for years, scientists were puzzled by a thin layer of iridium-rich soil separating the Cretaceous period, an ancient epoch in Earth's history, from the Tertiary period. Each of these epochs represented millions of years. This iridium layer was found the world over. Iridium is normally very rare on Earth, but common in comets and asteroids. Above this thin layer of iridium in Earth's soil, no dinosaur fossils are found, because dinosaurs went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. But why? Could the extinction have something to do with the iridium? In the mid-1970s, a team of scientists, including Walter and Luis Alvarez, determined that this iridium layer was deposited by a massive impact, most likely with an asteroid, that also destroyed the dinosaurs. This impact caused millions of tons of dirt to fill the atmosphere, blocking out the life-giving sun and sending the Earth into a long-lasting deep freeze.
It could be that the impact sets off a chain of environmental changes that, in addition to the initial event, which kills a lot of creatures, that these longer-term events might then result in mass extinction.
This radical theory received wide acceptance in the early 1990s, when scientists, including Alan Hildebrand, discovered an impact crater near the town of Chicxulub on the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. It dated from the same period, roughly 65 million years ago. Now there was a smoking gun, a crater. But could this impact scenario have happened more than once?
In no case since the end Cretaceous event of 65 million years ago has there been a clear, unambiguous identification of an impact as the cause of a mass extinction.
That hasn't stopped a team of scientists, including Luann Becker of the University of California in Santa Barbara. Becker thinks they may have found the culprit for the greatest mass extinction ever, the Great Dying. This event, separating the Permian from the Triassic geologic eras 250 million years ago, was so catastrophic, nearly 90% of all living species went extinct.
It's one of the most fascinating events for all scientists to try to explain. Why? Because it was almost an exterminating event.
Unfortunately, the case for the Permian-Triassic extinction isn't as clear. What evidence survives is hard to interpret. Many factors may have contributed to the Permian-Triassic extinction, including an Earth stressed by intense volcanoes. But Becker thinks an impact, possibly by a comet, may have pushed creatures over the edge, kicking up tremendous debris and cutting off the sun for years. producing a long-lasting deep freeze. Becker is investigating a feature off the coast of Australia called the Bedout structure, which she believes might be an impact crater. She needs proof before she can say definitively that this is evidence of an impact.
We have a pretty beat up crater, if that's what it is. So we are facing a pretty significant challenge to try to prove our point. Whether we're wrong or right, it needs to be tested.
In the coastal Australian town of Mackay, at a local pit mine, Becker seeks more evidence of an impact. So far, she has not found any telltale iridium, but she's found something else. A rare form of carbon found in space that isn't diamond and isn't graphite.
It's the third form of carbon is called Buckminster fullerene. It's the only form of carbon that's capable of trapping atoms inside of its cage. So it's really quite unusual. It turns out that some people who were studying stardust actually discovered it quite accidentally. And eventually were able to prove that this form of carbon actually exists.
Becker is using this extraterrestrial carbon found at the structure as evidence of an extraterrestrial impact.
Really good. Take this back and take a look at it and see where we are. This looks really good. We'd like to say yes, that it's absolutely something that does come from stars. We look inside of these floating molecules and find exotic gases, which we do believe are an indicator of an extraterrestrial origin.
But so far, Becker's theory has met resistance.
If there was a large crater that caused the boundary layer at the promoted ionic and the associated extinction, there's no reason to think that equivalent evidence shouldn't be there. What I've seen of the geophysical maps, I cannot see a crater there. My personal opinion is I would regard the results with caution.
Nobody knows what caused the Permian-Triassic extinction. It's still possible that there could have been an impact. So I'm glad folks are out looking for a possible crater associated with it. But we're a long way from making a clear association of that sort now.
Scientists have had to adjust to new ways of perceiving the world. Just 25 years ago, the idea that comets could wreak catastrophic changes on Earth's environment would have been ridiculed. It's clear that our knowledge of these strange objects is dangerously limited. In fact, much of our past history with comets has been riddled with misunderstanding, confusion, and terror.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary. He said if the garage is full, they go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quiet. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Twice Yearly PrEP is here. One office visit every 6 months. 2 times a year for HIV prevention. That's 1-2 PrEP. That's Yes2Go. Yes2Go is an injectable prescription medicine that helps to protect against HIV through sex. One office visit every 6 months. One during your summer sun, and one during your winter fun. One during your summer glow, and one during your winter glam. You must be HIV negative to receive Yes2Go and get tested for HIV before each injection. If you think you were exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your healthcare provider right away. HIV testing may be needed. Yes2Go does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex and get Yes2Go as scheduled. Missing doses increases your chance of getting HIV. Tell your provider about your medical conditions if you are pregnant or plan to be, and all the medicines and supplements you take, as Yes2Go may affect some medicines. The most common side effects are injection site reactions, headache, and nausea. Rare, serious injection site reactions can occur, so tell your provider about any side effects. 99.9% of people say HIV negative. Ask a healthcare provider if Yes2Go is right for you.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
The story of the largest mass suicide in U.S. history happened in the exclusive community of Rancho Santa Fe, but it seems as though it happened in everyone's backyard.
Superstition and ignorance can still influence our perception of comets, even in our modern age. On March 27, 1997, 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult, including its leader, Marshall Hepplewhite, also known as Doe, committed suicide in their compound outside San Diego, California.
Laying on their back with their hands at their sides, is appearing as if they had fallen asleep. There were no visible signs of trauma on any of the bodies.
With the appearance of a great comet, Hale-Bopp, in 1997, members of the cult committed mass suicide in order to release their souls from their mortal form here and to join a spacecraft they thought was traveling in the wake of the comet.
The students that are in front of me are of various ages. I'm not talking about their bodies, I'm talking about their minds.
Hepplewhite taught his followers that members of the cult could shed their bodies or containers in order to advance to the next level, hitching a ride on the spaceship which would take them to heaven. Seeing the comet confirmed their faith in Doe, and they killed themselves.
A good scientist has been trained to separate their preconceptions from what they're observing and draw their conclusions based on the evidence. Unfortunately, the Heaven's Gate people did something that's probably far more natural for us, which is to make their assumptions and draw conclusions without regarding hard evidence.
We are, like our ancestors, filled with fear and wonder when we look heavenward. The word comet comes from the Greek phrase aster cometus, which means long-haired star. Our ancestors knew these celestial visitors, which they observed with their naked eyes, were different from other objects in the sky.
References to fiery swords in the heavens, fiery torches, fiery moons, have been interpreted as comets by later literary scholars or artists. So, for example, in the Bible, when God chases Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden, he sets up these cherubim, these angelic creatures, with a blazing sword that spins every which way to prevent Adam and Eve from coming back into the garden. It really seals off paradise for everybody.
Many scholars link this to visions of a comet. In a Greek myth, the son of the sun god Helios, named Phaethon, begs to drive his father's golden chariot across the sky. But the bright horses are too strong for the inexperienced boy, and the chariot scorches the earth on its journey, ultimately crashing into the water. Is this really the story of a close encounter with a comet? Unlike a meteor, whose appearance is virtually instantaneous, a comet is a long-lasting event, sometimes visible for weeks. Comets were seen by terrified observers as predictors of cataclysmic events.
There was a tidal wave and earthquake in Achaia in 373 BC, and there was a big comet before it, and Aristotle makes note of that. And so you get this correlation between comets and these terrible events, which then becomes reinforced in different ways.
The Romans had a similar view of comets.
There's a comet in 44 BC that occurs at the time of Julius Caesar's assassination. So they say, oh, comet's there, it's a divine sign that this event is going to occur, it's a warning.
In 729, a comet was widely seen as a sign of the Saracen invasion of France. In 1066, the comet now known as Halley hailed the Anglo-Saxon defeat at the Battle of Hastings.
Shortly before that battle, Comet Halley appeared. Nobody knew there was Comet Halley at the time, but King Harold's soothsayers told him that the apparition of Comet Halley was a sign of doom. And sure enough, of course, he lost the battle to William of Normandy, and that was captured in the Bayeux Tapestry. The famous Bayeux Tapestry has a picture of Comet Halley.
As the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century fractured Christianity throughout Europe, religious leaders perceived this chaos reflected in their skies. They condemned comets as willful stars in the otherwise orderly heavens. Martin Luther even called them harlot stars because they did not behave like other stars. This sinister view of comets held by Luther had evolved from a much more benevolent view held by church leaders a millennium earlier. One 3rd century philosopher suggested that a comet may have heralded the birth of Jesus and led the wise men to Bethlehem.
This connection of the comet with the Star of Bethlehem is most prominently depicted in a truly wonderful fresco painted by Giotto in Paduan Scrovegni Chapel. In the part of the fresco that depicts the nativity scene, we have the Star of Bethlehem depicted as a comet with a tail. And in fact, Giotto was interested in astronomy and had seen a great comet in 1301, several years before he painted this fresco.
Could the Star of Bethlehem have been an actual comet?
The idea that a comet may have been responsible for the Star of Bethlehem is not a very popular one among scientists, primarily for the reason that a bright comet in the sky would have been recorded in secular records all over the world at that time.
In fact, the comet Giotto had seen in 1301 was the Comet Halley, the same comet that had arrived before the fall of King Harold at the Battle of Hastings in 1066, and that continues to appear in the sky above our planet roughly every 76 years. Halley is by far the most important comet in recorded history. It is proof of a theory that explains how the natural world works, the foundation of our understanding of nearly everything in physics.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
With St. Jude having our backs, my baby's back, it truly means everything, because I didn't even think my baby had a chance. I thought I was just gonna have to deal with the fact of losing my baby.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference. Because 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
For the love of the kids, we just hope and dream every day that it's going to be gone.
Ella llegó. Es lo último. Señor, estuvieron ahí para ayudarnos.
Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
What does the house say?
Every single person that's donating has been a great gift, because I've gotten so much time to experience my family.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt. You can proudly wear to show your support.
When your child gets cancer, that's a scary thing to hear as a father. But here at St. Jude, there was hope.
Help give them tomorrow. Let's cure childhood cancer together. Please donate now.
Baltimore, Maryland, July 4th, 2005. The Hubble Space Telescope's control center waits for news from from the NASA JPL Deep Impact Mission, one of 2 NASA Comet missions. The other, Stardust, will bring back samples of a comet's tail 6 months after Deep Impact is scheduled to hit Comet Tempel 1. Now, Deep Impact is moments away from ramming an 800-pound probe into Comet Tempel 1, 72 million miles away.
Tonight is the night of celestial fireworks. The Deep Impact spacecraft is going to send an impactor into the nucleus of Comet Tempel 1. And the astronomers are training their telescopes all over the world.
If the probe hits the target, Reaver will be up late analyzing the photos. But that's a big if. At 20,000 miles per hour, the 2 craft are literally traveling 6 times faster than a speeding bullet.
The experiment we're going to do is fire a cannonball at one of these comets. And the hope is that the cannonball is going to blast through this crust and get to the stuff that's underneath. And that's the stuff that we hope is more or less unchanged since the beginning of the solar system. That's what we're going to get.
Because of a comet that arrived in the 17th century, astronomers today can calculate where any one object in the solar system will be. How can mathematics be used to bring Tempel 1 and a Deep Impact craft together? Gravity.
In the old days, going back to Aristotle, comets were thought to be in the atmosphere because you had to have a well-ordered universe with planets at appropriate distances.
Even after they realized the sun was the center of the solar system, they still believed planets orbited the sun in orderly paths and in regular intervals. But comets swooped in randomly from anywhere. But in 1577, astronomer Tycho Brahe used triangulation to prove this belief incorrect.
By making observations at different times of the day and using observations from different places, he could prove that that comet was several times farther away than the moon. So that was certainly something. That was really the first step.
This was deeply troubling to men who believed God fixed the stars and planets in their orbits and that God's heavens were orderly. But the work of Isaac Newton and Edmund Halley in the 17th century expanded these astronomic riddles into universal truths. In his monumental Principia, Newton proposed that objects with mass exert an attractive force on other objects with mass, a force he called gravity.
Newton and Halley worked very closely on this. Newton in the 1680s observes 2 great comets, one of 1680 and one of 1682. They become convinced that the comet makes a hairpin turn around the sun. And that these 2 comets are actually one comet.
One comet going in 2 directions, inbound toward the sun and outbound back into the far reaches of the solar system.
And Newton discovers that his new theory of universal gravitation can be used to explain the path of this comet, just as it can be used to explain the orbit of the moon around the Earth or the orbit of the Earth around the sun. So the comet of 1680-81 becomes a centerpiece of his Principia.
To confirm Newton's theory, Halley pored over historical observations of past comets. In the process, he made a monumental discovery.
Edmund Halley realized that the descriptions of comets from 1456, 1531, and 1607 actually matched up very well with the comet of 1682.
Halley was convinced that these 4 comets were one, which returned at roughly 76-year intervals, or periods, due to the gravitational pull of the sun. he confidently predicted that in 1758, his comet would return again.
And sure enough, Halley's Comet did return in 1758. On Christmas Day, it was greeted with a widespread fanfare. But unfortunately, Halley himself wasn't around to see it. He died 17 years earlier.
With Halley's help, Newton proved comets orbited by the predictable law of gravity. Newton's laws of motion revolutionized science more than any other discovery before or since. Most comets circle the sun in large orbits that never cross Earth's or any other planet's path. Some are pulled by gravity right into the sun where they burn up completely. And rarely, some intersect the orbits of planets, including Earth. Even more rarely, comets and planets find themselves at the same place and at the same time in an impact. And all of this is regulated by gravity. But these two men, Halley and Newton, products of their age, were reluctant to stand in the light of reason.
It's often said that swept away all the old superstitious beliefs about comets. But in point of fact, they actually embraced the old beliefs and raised them up to a much higher level in their science.
Newton and Halley believed that God used comets to create the world and Noah's flood. That though comets behaved according to certain physical laws, nonetheless, they were tools used by God to express his desires. But God didn't need to throw comets at the earth to wipe out mankind. Gravity allowed them to find their way all on their own.
Can you imagine Earth without human beings?
Despite the extra technology, nothing lives forever.
Mountain fires would penetrate into the urban setting,
And it causes untold damage. Explore life after people on Universe Mysteries Solved by the History Channel.
Although we don't have specific times and dates, we do know that over the past 4 billion years, comets have been crashing into the Earth. The Deep Impact mission may give Earth the chance to hit back. 1:45 a.m., July 4th, 2005. If all went well, the Deep Impact probe just plowed into Comet Tempel 1. Scientists here and all over the world wait for the signal to travel back to Earth across 72 million miles of empty space.
I'm pretty certain that there will be a nice flash, a nice burst of material. But other than that, we don't really know what to expect. We hope that by observing exactly what happens, we'll be able to tell something about the structure of that cometary nucleus.
This uncertainty is partly because scientists aren't exactly sure how solid Tempel 1's core is, if it's frozen hard or loose and crumbling.
Still a lot we don't know when you compare it to what we knew about comets 100 years ago. Not very much. There were all sorts of ideas that comets really didn't have anything solid to them at all, that they were just the dust particles, just the dust.
The public, which was looking forward to the return of Halley's Comet in 1910, received a scare when scientists reported that they suspected comets like Halley contained trace ingredients such as arsenic and cyanogen gas in their tails. Earth's orbit passed particularly close to Halley that year, prompting enterprising salesmen to offer gas masks as protection.
There was widespread pandemonium when people learned that there was cyanogen gas in the tail, because they were afraid that the cyanogen gas, which is a deadly poison, would actually contaminate the planet and make a toxic situation for them. But of course, there's really no way that could have happened. The concentrations are too dilute, and the cyanogen would burn up in the atmosphere anyway.
It didn't stop there. The return of Halley's Comet proved to be the sensation of the new century. The comet was practically a celebrity, featured on the cover of leading magazines and glorified in song. It even became an unwitting shill for an array of seemingly unrelated products, from shirt collars to inkwells.
There were bottles of Comet champagne that were uncorked, and they had a final time, partying under the light of the comet.
But the 1910 return of Halley's Comet was also bittersweet. America's great humorist Mark Twain, born in 1835 during the previous return of Halley, had confidently predicted he would die during this next return. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said no doubt. Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They came in together, they must go out together. Halley first appeared in the sky on April 20th during the 1910 return. Twain died at his home in Connecticut the next day. Years later, in 1950, astronomer Fred Whipple of the Harvard-Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory in Cambridge, Massachusetts, further revolutionized our understanding of comets when his theory of their structure seemed to solve a dirty little secret buried in Newton's law of gravity, a secret that had plagued physics for 200 years. Comets did not follow the orbits Newton prescribed.
They do pretty much. But it was always embarrassing that comets did not perfectly follow the rules of gravity. And there was a wonder about this. Some people even conjectured that, well, maybe the laws of gravity don't work so far from the sun.
Whipple insisted that comets weren't wispy balls of solar fluff, but solid, massive clumps of ice and rocks. He memorably called them dirty snowballs. When these solid but volatile objects flew near the warming sun, their gassy volatiles would expand and explode like jets from under the surface, altering the trajectory of their orbits and throwing off Newton's calculations.
Fred explained this by this rocket effect. The ice vaporizes the comet, produces a little push on the comet. They can push it forward or push it backwards.
By explaining Newton's error, Whipple ironically reaffirmed Newton's theory of gravity.
I think is really one of the most important ideas in the whole of astronomy in the 20th century.
Fred Whipple had that most important insight about the nature of comets, that they had to have solid material, that they were compact, that they were real objects in space, not just loose collection. That allowed us to understand much better the orbits of comets. And so in a sense, it was confirmed right from the start. It was a theory that matched the observations and helped predict the motions of future comets.
Whipple was confident he had solved Newton's dirty little secret, but was he right? He and we would have to wait nearly 40 years for the answer. Whipple spent those years establishing his credibility within the scientific community. He promoted space exploration and encouraged amateur astronomers. Whipple felt careful observations of satellites were critical to our understanding of the atmosphere and shape of the Earth, just as careful observation of comets had led him to his insight into their structure. Long before any satellite was launched, Whipple organized amateur astronomers into what he called the Moon Watch.
And so the amateurs in particular, the Moonwatch program, was ready when the Russians did rather unexpectedly send up Sputnik in October 1957. So it was ready for that. They got the orbit for it, learned things about the figure of the Earth and the density of the atmosphere. So that was a very great thing that he did.
At 6:17 this morning, we did obtain a successful photograph of this Earth satellite in motion. It is not a still photograph that you're going to see, but rather one which is a motion picture. Let's see, Dr. Wood, Connor's decision is wonderful. It is moving, I was correct, about 18,000 miles per hour. That's all right,
For his work with Moonwatch, Whipple received the Distinguished Service Award from President Kennedy in 1963.
Dr. Whipple conceived and developed an optical satellite tracking system which stood ready to track the first artificial satellite launch, and has since provided valuable scientific data concerning the nature of the Earth, its atmosphere, and outer space. His career?
My father brought the whole family to Washington, to the White House, to meet President Kennedy when he received the award for distinguished public service.
Confirmation of Whipple's dirty snowball theory finally came in 1986, when he and the rest of the world received proof. Comet Halley made its first modern return voyage.
Some of us had a bit of a concern that it would be hard to find the nucleus there, all the stuff that has come off the comet. I do remember Fred saying, no, don't worry about it, the nucleus will be perfectly clear. And indeed, it was showing the comet in action, in pretty much the way he suggested.
Unlike Edmund Halley, Fred Whipple lived to see his theory confirmed. 19 years later, Deep Impact was about to expand our understanding of comets even further. Bullseye. The mission is a success. Deep Impact plowed right into the comet. Images start pouring in at Hubble's control center and all over the world.
The spacecraft are spectacular. The highest resolution planetary nucleus, and there's going to be, I'm sure, a lot more questions raised and answers probably. But just to be able to watch that thing moving in on the nucleus, and it's really spectacular. And I guess we may never see that again.
The photos are 10 times more detailed than any previous comet photos. The surprisingly bright and opaque plume cloud indicates the comet is covered in a fine, talcum-like powder. So big was the plume, the companion craft may not have gotten a good look at the crater.
About 11,000, 21,000. Okay,
Oh, that's good.
There's the before and after.
We got our first look at the HST images, and in the 15 minutes between impact and the end of our observing window, we see a 5-fold increase in the brightest pixel at the center of our image.
as well as an extension in the coma, but we're in the process now of trying to measure that.
It's 9 a.m.
Of the Stardust spacecraft returning elements of the formation of our solar system.
6 months from the memorable 4th of July full of celestial fireworks, Deep Impact's companion mission, Stardust, launched in 1999, is expected to return to Earth with samples from a comet's tail. But one thing is already clear. Comets like Tempel 1 they cross Earth's path. Are there any headed our way?
And Progressive makes getting claim support so easy.
Joe Lyons is passive progressive.
Wow, they support you. Grandma supports you. You're a lucky guy.
Joe doesn't have progressive and takes it out on those who do.
And Progressive makes it easy to make changes to my policy.
Oh, great. You can add Sarah here.
It's Julie.
Right. Sarah was the one your mom really liked. Hi, Julie.
I'm putting my Progressive savings towards another cruise.
Look how young you are.
Don't be passive progressive.
Look how cute you were
Get good coverage and savings for yourself.
before you could talk.
Good morning, wife. Good morning, kiddo.
And good morning, blood. Sweeping gums can lead to serious dental work.
Really?
Only Crest Gum Detoxifies antibacterial technology kills 99% of bacteria to stop bleeding gums. Basic toothpaste don't.
Hello, Crest. Goodbye, bleeding gums.
Crest.
If you feel like you're on the wrong road with your finances, Credit Karma can help you push through to a better place. Because that's how you gain the power to reach your horizons, wherever they may take you. Find your way to money with personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. Intuit Credit Karma, proud partner of Team USA.
When I started Wolf Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Built by American hands, in American factories, creating American jobs, crafted with care, worn with pride. AllAmericanClothing.com. If the Deep Impact mission will show scientists what they can learn from going to a comet, then Stardust will show them what they can learn from bringing one back.
Comets are made out of particles that are less than 1 millionth of a meter diameter. And to study those in detail, neurological, organic composition, you really need tools that are much more sophisticated and complex and unreliable. You can fly on space. We have
3, 2, we have made engine start. 0 and liftoff of the Stardust spacecraft.
Stardust is the first U.S. space mission dedicated solely to exploring a comet. The mission launched on February 7, 1999, well before Deep Impact, with the goal of catching elusive grains of material from comet Wild 2 and bringing them back to Earth to be studied. No one knows exactly what Stardust will find.
I think comets have been surprising from day one. They were misunderstood 2,000-3,000 years ago, and they're still misunderstood. Any mission of this type, there's only one thing that's guaranteed, and that's surprises.
The most interesting part of the Stardust mission may be the device designed to capture and store the bits of the fuzzy, dusty head of the comet, called the coma, as it encounters it in space.
It's 9:05 a.m.
And the strings are the frame, then between the strings and the holes, there's a couple of lowest density solids, in a sense, fluffy glass. And this is where the lowest density that when it starts to impact it actually can punch a hole into the low density material and it comes to a stop without being destroyed.
Assuming the Stardust mission proves as successful as the impact, a capsule containing the low-density fiberglass-like aerogel will touch down in the Nevada desert on the morning of January 15, 2006. Inside
It's
the
9:06
aerogel
a.m.
will be bits of a comet.
Yay. Good morning, Kitty.
These are all
Good morning, Kitty.
comets, dusty comets.
Alright, well, that's it.
Shooting
Good morning, Kitty.
are the visible display of light in the sky.
How was your sleep?
Dust and dirt burns up upon entering our atmosphere.
Alright, well, that's it. Y'all have a good day.
In other words, comet dust is always falling on us from space as our planet intersects the debris trail left in the wake of a comet.
What happens is that as the comet goes to the sun, and it heats up and sublimates and it casts off material, the material spreads out into what you might think of as a stream of debris. If the comet's orbit intersects the Earth's orbit, then the Earth can run into that debris every year.
Sometimes comets themselves can break into pieces.
When a comet goes very close to the sun, it can be split, tidal, by the tidal action of the sun, breaking up into pieces.
Meteorites are rocks found on Earth's surface that have an extraterrestrial origin. They fell from the sky. Most meteorites are pieces of asteroids fractured as they entered Earth's atmosphere. Many can be found in public and private collections.
You see meteorites hitting the Earth all the time. You know, there are tons and tons of meteoritic debris that come down on the Earth on a regular basis.
These objects occasionally produce spectacular fireballs as they puncture the atmosphere, flaring up brilliantly and breaking into pieces as they fall to Earth. But until the year 2000, scientists were in agreement not one meteorite in any collection can be traced back to a comet. But in the year 2000, a spectacular fireball that flew over the Yukon Territory in northern Canada seemed to settle the mystery. The meteorites this fireball produced were like no other meteorites in any collection anywhere. They were the oldest objects anyone had ever touched.
Very nice.
Could they be pieces of a comet? Bayot and Jacqueline Corner run Tagish Lake Wilderness Lodge in Tagish, Yukon Territory, where they live with their 21 sled dogs. They have grown accustomed to bear, wolves, coyotes, and other wild creatures that surround them in this remote corner of Canada. But they weren't prepared for what they saw the morning of January 18, 2000.
I just wanted to make a fire, and I was walking towards the stove, and we had propane light going in the cabin, and suddenly it got daylight in the house. I was looking outside the window, and I thought just like, what is Bea doing?
It was still very dark outside. I could barely see just the tip of the mountains. And then suddenly the whole sky just lit up, and I looked up and I saw, first in the beginning, I just saw how much the landscape was enlightened, and gradually I saw in a high speed there came an object, like a flare coming in parallel to these mountain ridges.
Oh. A big bang, and then the whole house started to shake.
Jackie came out from the lodge and said, what happened? And I said, well, it looks like a big meteorite was flying by. We were both very glad that we have not been.
The fireball was seen for more than 500 miles.
A week later, a local resident was driving south on the ice of Tagish Lake and found the meteorites.
Hildebrand and colleague Peter Brown of the University of Ontario organized an expedition to the lake to collect the meteorite pieces and to search for more. They were fortunate that this particular meteorite landed in such a landscape. Very nice. Even before they brought it back to their labs, they knew it was unusual.
Not here, Bill. It's an interior piece. See the white included.
Well, the first thing we want to know about any meteorite is how dense it is. And we could see right away that Tagish Lake is very unusual, because normally when we pick up a meteorite, it's quite heavy for its size. That's often how you know meteorite from an ordinary earth rock. But Tagish Lake is quite a lot lighter than an ordinary rock. It felt sort of like a charcoal briquette in your hand. And it turns out that Tagish Lake is actually the least dense meteorite that's ever been recovered.
Oh, beautiful. Now,
the meteorite was also exceptionally fragile, and it appeared to have a high concentration of organic material. Soon, speculation grew that the meteorite might have come from a comet. Scientists wondered what a piece of a comet might look like.
Oh.
Because we still know so little about the makeup of comets, scientists disagree whether they can produce meteorites.
The question is, are there big pieces of solid material that would make it through the atmosphere? Maybe something like Tagish Lake meteorite is what it would look like. But if they only come in little small grains, then those won't make it through the atmosphere, and we will never have a cometary meteorite.
I think what you're asking is if there are chunks of rock, something that you might find in the yard, inside of a comet. Probably not.
Not everyone agrees with scientists who hold this view.
I think you're absolutely wrong. I think that comets could very likely have very large planet-like chunks in them. Some comets could have a very appreciable impact.
And it's not just individual fragments that can do damage. Certainly whole comets can wreak incredible havoc, as a comet proved in 1994. By the late 1990s, geologist Eugene Shoemaker has convinced many in the scientific community that extraterrestrial bodies had impacted Earth in the past, and there was no reason to think they wouldn't in the future. Many felt this was highly improbable.
Well, Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker and I did find something. March 23rd, 1993, a comet called Shoemaker-Levy 9. It was announced a few weeks after discovery that comet was going to collide with Jupiter, not with the Earth, with Jupiter. It was about 16 months between discovery and impact. If we were to have found a comet that was 16 months away from colliding with the Earth, there isn't a whole lot we could have done about it.
Jupiter's gravity had torn the comet into pieces, which all headed toward impact with the planet.
For the first time in human history, we were going to actually witness the impact of a comet against the planet. And on July the 16th, 1994, all the way to July 21st, 1994, we were all transfixed as 21 fragments of this comet collided like a freight train, one thing after another, into the atmosphere of Jupiter. These comet fragments were traveling at approximately 40 miles per second. At that rate, each of these comets would cross the United States in about a minute.
That generated something like 6 million megatons of equivalent energy. That's roughly one Hiroshima type blast every second for 13 years. So Mother Nature has an arsenal that is really unparalleled.
Clearly, comets collide into Earth because we have the impact craters to prove it. Science tells us, based on the number of asteroids and comets in our solar system, at least 5% of Earth's impacts.
Yeah, there he is, still awake.
I'm not still awake. I just woke up for the market.
I'm sorry about your last name. I was at loopy, man. I didn't mean to curse like that.
That's all good.
You forgive me?
Yeah, I forgive you.
You were like letting me in on something. I was being a dick. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
I was like loopy, man. I was just 5 in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I really didn't understand like how serious it was.
Yeah, it is. They'll take my whole channel away, and I work for 9 months.
Well, I knew it was serious like when you left the room. I was like, oh shit, this ain't funny. Like I had to register. I'm just not used to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is the only thing I got to make some money, even if it's
I
shit
know.
money.
Well, I apologize. I respect the shit out of you, man. I would never do that on purpose.
That's all good. It's all good.
Sometimes I do that asshole shit by accident. You know?
Yeah.
Not thinking.
He and his wife Carolyn.
My ex-girl used to be so pissed at me every time I woke up in the morning. I'd be like an ass, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
I'd be like, spend that next half of my day apologizing to her.
100 times the force of an atom if we're made of TNT, and it explodes.
Ain't nobody fucking waiting to go live. Nobody cares.
How does it work? Like, when you go live, where does that go?
Out to the people on YouTube.
Like Rumble?
No, it goes to people on YouTube. I could go on Rumble, but
like how does I've used Rumble? How does it get picked up? Like it always seems like it's the same channel.
yeah, that's because it is.
Like how can you get in there or you have to like build up to get up there?
You gotta build up. They make it a little harder than YouTube. You gotta have 100 subscribers to fucking make money. I've already made $12.
But no, I'm saying making money. Like, how do I see if you're on there live? How do I find you? I have to type it in directly. It's not more just like come up there in the feed.
Type in Stellar Smartography because that's where I'm Stellar Smartography everywhere.
So you'd have to literally go out there and use like other his Instagram and YouTube and then subscribe and link to that as a subscriber.
Yeah, you gotta be a subscriber to watch it.
So when I subscribe to you on YouTube with that link to all 4 of your accounts, like Instagram.
No, you have to subscribe to each one of them individually.
Yeah, it'd be good if we get around that.
I mean,
if you subscribe to my account, it's the type of account that links to every single site I'm on.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You don't think they make something like that?
They used to a long time ago, back when people were using messengers, before they had these things, you know, when they had AOL Messenger and fucking Yahoo Messenger and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
They had a service, I don't know if you remember them, called Trillian.
Now, I just knew them.
Then the service called Trillium. It combined all those messengers as well as ICQ and all kind of shit like that.
It had a universal messenger that linked it all together.
Yeah, they did, and it came with massive amounts of spyware, and they got shut down.
They just fucking attacked everything.
Yeah, they got shut the fuck
So
down.
it was shut down by demand.
I don't know what it was shut
Well,
down
I'm saying
by.
people weren't happy with it. Supply and demand said that's gone.
Yeah, that shit got shut down in like 03.
Well, could we build that messenger that's not so much spyware, so that links it all like that? Like the business idea to sell it as a platform?
I suppose. I mean, I would imagine there's people on it already. But everything is so proprietary these days. I wouldn't think that.
I'd have to get permission from each company.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I don't think they would go for it.
But it seems like it would help them because they get more business, you know?
Maybe. You'd think.
But maybe they don't want to be linked to other businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're actually helping YouTube out. And YouTube's helping them out. You know what I mean? It would be working in this multipolar world we fall into. Everybody's like, fuck. MySpace.
The pepperoni, side of gravy.
Yeah, the guy from MySpace sold that company.
I thought he didn't become Facebook.
No, he sold MySpace. He didn't buy in. He didn't get bought out by anybody. Like, you know, he didn't take any big donors' money. They begged him to stay and go on corporate. He said nope. He took $400 million and walked away.
He killed it.
Never to be seen again.
But what happened? MySpace is still around though, right?
It is still around.
So who runs it? Itself? Poorly managed?
Nobody that matters.
That's weird he did that.
Weird that somebody bought it just to let it die.
But it's not dead, it's like a little demon creeping. Now it's the what's that called? Shark. Or when you date somebody. You have a TV show and you go there and it's like a big fat man that's every woman.
Oh, yeah, catfishing?
Yeah, that's the catfish graveyard. For all the people that catfish, they all go to MySpace and get false identities.
Yeah,
They'd steal that information to make their accounts.
I'm getting ready to go live. Yeah. I said I'd go live at 9:10 and it's 9:20 something.
So when you do that, you just do like everybody talks on the thing.
But nobody gets on. It's just me talking. All I'm gonna do is give a rundown of the market and what's going on.
You're
with
saying
different
there's 5
things.
people viewing it right now.
There's no people viewing it right now.
I think you said like 5 on.
0 waiting.
Which one TV are?
Easier to deal with asteroids. They're usually smaller and will attract most
See,
of the
I'm
larger
like,
ones over the next few
I get constantly recommended by Karen, Drug Court, Anna, and other people too. So like, once I learn something, I know it hurts people, I won't do it no more. I'll keep track of the background music. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it didn't hurt me. It was just.
Well, I know you had to come back and erase things and scrub things.
Well, I had to erase the whole last 6 hours of footage. But it wasn't anything but me and Kitty sleeping, and I had 2 cameras doing it, so it's not like it really mattered. But
Sorry about that.
yeah, it's alright. Fucking don't worry about it. Just
don't do it again.
Yeah. Fucking. See, I don't like telling people not to do something again because they're like dick.
Yeah, but that's how I'm trainable. That's what Karen has made me.
Don't fucking do it again.
Don't do it again. I'll break your fucking knees. I don't respond to that. I say, oh yeah.
I'll break your fucking penis.
I don't respond to threats. I respond to blowjobs, but not by dudes. You got a girlfriend, we can work something out.
Do it again, and I'll cut your penis off.
I like that picture. What's the red eyes mean?
The glowing eyes means fucking
Maxine.
yeah, Bitcoin Maxine.
I thought you said the purple ones.
It doesn't matter. That's why I got the yellow eyes on that picture.
I thought I meant jaundice.
Democrats are demanding immigration enforcement reform.
Because
man, so reality is, no matter what, Bitcoin, I've been able to figure it out. Because I'm like such a metal man that like I'm trying to I know it's like electricity or energy on the salary, right?
Right.
But also, what happened to the old handshake of contracts thing? Is that just gone?
handshake contracts.
Is at the beginning of Bitcoin, it's like this guy had a contract, then the next guy did, and that contract was held together by that contract, and then so on and so the chain, the blockchain, right? Something like that. Isn't that what it was originally like kind of formatted for? Like
The blockchain?
yeah.
No, blockchain is a bunch of info strung together that verifies the
Data.
This block of data verifies the one behind it and ahead of it. And they all have to agree on everything.
But isn't each block like for a person, individual financial interest? And it's like contracted. It's some type of contract, right? Contracted money order type thing.
I don't like to speculate on exactly how the blockchain works, but I understand a fair amount of it, but I don't understand enough of it to answer people's questions on it.
That's cool. Well, when I first started, remember I said I had sat down for days, weeks, trying to figure out what Bitcoin was. I couldn't figure it out.
Dude, these are the calls that walked last night right before the market closed. Everything's
Insight
green.
and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5
Everything's
Eastern,
green.
only on Bloomberg.
Whereas when they started, everything was red.
That's what I've decided because
It
I've
isn't
had,
gonna run.
I've had some hard things happen to me, but I'm still doing okay. But I realized that I don't need to buy so many. I need to buy like 2 positive, 2 contracts in silver, not 5 or 4, because I'm pressing too hard for my liquidation. Because I need to have like enough that if it drops down to $80, I'll be fine. So I can just ride it because I know silver is going to go up. I was having like 108 liquidation and then it would hit. You know what I'm saying? It would wipe out either my cash or I'd have to sell my contracts early either. I kept losing chunks of money.
Stop loss is your friend.
Yeah, stop loss is my friend. You know what fucked up happened? Yesterday I was down like $700, 800 or like 900 one time, and I was like, alright, remember it was really wild, you know? And it dropped down to like 112, or then I think it went down to like 108 last night, or early evening. And then
it's up right now.
I know it's
Silver
at 119 right now. Right?
It's 121.
Nice, then I'm in the profit.
If it hits 125, it's going to fall back down, and that'll be a correction.
And where? How do you know that?
That's Fibonacci at 125.
But has it, what you were saying before, been all 100% accurate?
My cousin has not been 100% accurate, no. But the Fibonacci doesn't lie. I'm setting my stop loss right at 125. Right when I take profit. I'm putting this at like.
So if your cousin's going by Fibonacci and he's wrong, how is Fibonacci not wrong?
I'm not saying he's been wrong with Fibonacci. I wanted to get him on to talk last night, but last night was his anniversary.
I need to know more about this Fibonacci tonight. So you get 100% gamble on it.
Dude, it is sitting at 120, 3 minutes, 2 minutes before the market opens. I mean, I need to go live.
Yeah, I gotta look at my phone.
Well, what's up, everybody? I'm decided to go live early because right now silver is running and silver is sitting at a cool 121.775. That's unheard of. Now, I've got a cousin who I tried to get on here not long ago. He's on up and ups on this Fibonacci stuff. Now, I know what Fibonacci is, golden ratio, found nature everywhere. I understand what Fibonacci is. But, you know, when you draw that spiral and you try and figure out how far out the next little run is going to go, I'm not so sure on that. But I do know what he said. He told me that the first major milestone is going to be 125 for silver, which we're sitting at 120, almost 122. Then he said the next major milestone will be around 148. Now I can't remember if he said after that or before or after this coming 125. But at some point there's going to be a hell of a crash all the way down to like the 60s and 70s. And once all that happens, once you see silver make a major crash down to about 70, set those longs up, buy a bunch of contracts, because it's going to run to 200 from that moment. but it has to cross 148 first. So I'm assuming the 148 mark comes, then we have a correction down to 70. Everybody's going to freak out and die. Hold tight. Take everything out at like 138, 140. Stop right in that range when it gets to be too good to be true. Like when's this run going to stop? You know, kind of like the day before yesterday when it ran to 117 and then fell all the way back to like 106. Yeah. Put your stop losses in, trailing stop loss if you want. That's probably the best idea. And yeah, don't lose any money if you can help it. But 120, it's 125, 148, and then 200, baby. We're in uncharted water when it comes to silver. Nobody knows where the top is because we've never been here before. If you see any of these internet guru morons putting lines up saying, well, it's going to go above this, there's support and resistance up there. No, there's not. There's none of that because silver's never been there before. There's no resistance. That's the only resistance you're going to find is psychological resistance. It's wherever it slows down, people are going to be like, oh, there's resistance. That's not necessarily going to become support once it crosses it, which is usually how that happens. Usually you cross a line of resistance, it becomes support, right? That's just the way it works. Don't count on those rules when it comes to silver. Those lines that is made as it goes up are nothing. Because if it decides to crash, it'll go right through that. It'll slice right through all that like butter.
Let it crash down.
The silver is cooling off a tiny bit. It went down to, well, as I was talking, it went down to 120, but now it's back to 121. So we might be seeing that 125 today. In fact, as soon as the market opens, as it is right now, we will see other things jumping around. So, off to the stocks. I see lots of green. Apple is green. Adobe is red. Agri Realty is in the green. AGNC Investment is in the green. AIQ is in the red. AMD is in the green. Amazon, red. ARK 21 shares Bitcoin ETF is in the red. ASD Space Mobile in the red. Avco Broadcom in the green. BlackRock Capital Allocations in the green. They usually are. BitU ProShares Ultra Bitcoin ETF in the red. Everything Bitcoin related is going to be in the red right now because Bitcoin is sitting, well, with a short signal to boot, it is sitting at 87,666. So Bitcoin's having a little bit of trouble right now, but that's okay. It will recover. It's having this trouble because of the silver mayhem that's going on. Nobody cares about Bitcoin at the moment because silver is knocking it out of the park. And my calls are doing insane. I've got an SLV 91 call. I am up $700. It is now worth $2,200. My NVIDIA call is up $300. It is now worth $1,500. My Apple call is now up $169, which now is worth $1,643. I had a CVS call that was up, and it looks like it just the bed. And then I have an SLP $50 call, which hasn't done much of anything, even though we've had this hell of a silver run. So I'm going to be pretty much focused on silver today, watching what it's doing, because I have a stop loss set at 125, because I believe in Fibonacci. Fibonacci is never wrong. So, how about some more good investments? How about some more people in the chat? I see nobody watching, which sucks, but hey, you gotta build a following, right? That's how this works, and that's fine. If you like my analyses, you like my analyses. If you don't like my anal ISIS, then, you know, what can I tell you? I guess I better get a better anal ISIS. I've got a couple of longs on Bitcoin as well. They're sucking it. But that's okay. The liquidation on my Bitcoin long. And I can rub my good luck kitty. Yes, kitty. Yes, my little good rookie. What do you think, kitty? What should we be investing, huh? What should we be investing in, my good little kitty? Yeah, huh? What should we be investing in? Ooh, kitty, what does kitty think? Ooh, kitty say buy some silver? Yeah, buy some silver, kitty? Okay, alright. Take a look at these futures. Looks like we are hitting some resistance down there. That's good. I think it's time to buy a long. Can I? I cannot. If I sell out of my my Bitcoin perpetual, which is down $275 friggin' dollars, might be able to. It'll give me an extra $500. Let's close that out because silver's the money maker here. Wow, we're at 111. I can afford one contract. Let's buy it. Let's lose all our money. Let's do it. One silver long, done, in. I love how it starts off too. It always starts off at a negative. The liquidation price is 104. As long as it doesn't go below 104, we're good. I don't think it will. We've got some momentum on the RSI. RSI is a very important number to follow, but I do believe that's negative momentum. Something we don't like. Should have bought a short, apparently. Now let's go ahead and get out of that and buy a short, huh? Took a $40 loss. Let's go ahead and buy a short. It's because it's crashing. Let's do it. Make that $40 back. It is just falling and falling and falling and falling. The low being at 109. I bought in at 110. And it's at 110.87. I bought it at 110.20. So I'm already out $20, but it's okay. Keep on coming down, baby. That was a good call, kitty. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I'm up $20. Yeah, on the way to making that 40 back. See, I need to make another $500. Or actually, I need to make another $150, and then I'll be able to buy another contract. Because one contract sucks. Look at that. Plummet, plummet, baby, plummet. Let's go. There's that resistance of 106. Come on, baby, push. 132. I'm up. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Market is closed. What? It's 10:30. What the hell is the market is closed for? Shut up. Market is closed. Well, that means silver ain't moving. I cannot close my position. Why is the market closed? Why is the silver market closed? The hell is going on? At 10:30. That means it's moving way too fast for them to keep up. Which means when it comes back, I better be up $10 billion. We need to find the remote, namely, so I can put on a silver chart and see what he been doing. This is unheard of. Silver market closing at 10:30 a.m. What are they talking about? What is this nonsense? Market is closed. Why? Market is open for trading from Sunday 6 p.m. to Friday 8 p.m. Oh, is it moving now? Looks like it's moving. Looks like it's trying to move up. We're going to close that short and give him my $100. Now, is it going to move up again? Let's go ahead and sacrifice that $100 on the contract for a long. Because it crashed hard. Somebody hit a reset. Looks like we are on an up. I'm already up 20 bucks. Keep on going, baby. Keep on going. That was a nice $100. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's do it again. Let's see me freak out again. Having trouble holding on to that. The candle's holding. It's forming a little wick. Resistance at 109. The banks are shorting and dumping. What a hell of a dump on the 5 minute. Let's see how the 15-minute looks. I bet it looks like hell. Short signal. Let's see for shits and giggles what the 1 minute's doing. The 1 minute can often tell you what the 5 minutes doing. And we've got a little bit of resistance at the 107. Which needs to come up. We got two little tiny down candles next to that nice pretty green candle that's going to keep on coming down. My liquidation is 102. So I think we're still good because we're still hanging out at above 108. So we need to get above 110, or 110. We need to get above 110 in order to make me money back and not be on another short tear. Here we go. We're going up. I think I'm going to get out of this as soon as possible because this chart. I need to switch from the 1 minute. See what happens. You look at the 1 minute and you start thinking all crazy. Let me go back to at least a 5 minute. Yeah. See, we're still in that same green candle. I'm only down 75 cents. I'm up $1. Come on, baby, push. We've got a hell of an RSI momentum. We've got some heat on that RSI, but it's the bad heat. That's what pushed that thing down. But that heat is over. RSI is kicking back up. We need it to kick back up harder. It's slowly dissolving that wick. Or it's making up his mind what it wants to do. I would love to have a long right here and then it shoot right back up to 119. That'd be very tasty indeed. I only got one contract because I've lost so much money already. All I can afford is one contract. I'm hoping this one contract will save my nuts. Because my nuts keep on swole up. So speaking of swole nuts, it's time for some breakfast of champions. Yeah, what are you ding about? Seven hydroxy. Breakfast of champions right here. This makes me trade better. Not really. Let's take a look at what Bitcoin is doing. Oh, Bitcoin's crashing too. I'm actually glad I got out of that long I had with them. It's looking like I should buy another long because it looks like they've hit bottom. There's a good line of support right there. But it's not good enough. And their RSI is still below 20. That's not good. Crude oil is crashing as well. Silver's sucking it. Gold is sucking it. Well, silver futures, that's what I'm looking at. Silver futures looks like it might be on a recovery. Let's see what my call options on silver are doing. I imagine they're down a couple $100 because they are so correlated. Oh yeah. My silver option's down $45. It was up $500 earlier. That's okay. As soon as silver runs back up a few bucks, it'll be right there with it. I'm waiting on it to get 225. This Fibonacci says 125, then 148 or 138, I can't remember. Then a massive correction down to $60 or $70, so be prepared for that. And then it's smooth sailing all the way to 100, or excuse me, to 200. That's where those people get that figure. It sounds ridiculous, I know, $200. But if you apply the Fibonacci's all the way from the beginning, back when the Hunt brothers cornered the market, let's put some Bloomberg on. Oh no, President Trump is all over the news. He's getting ready to talk. Hopefully he says something good. The Asia Index update looks like everything's up. Wow. Ikea is up 0.03%. Kospi is up 0.98%. Hang Seng is up 0.5%. ICE is set to dial back the Minnesota presence. Huh. After their main pullback. I mean, we don't need people dying in the streets. We just need illegal immigrants gone. They don't need to be out there shooting Americans for whatever reason. I mean, yes, they're protesting and getting in the way, causing problems. But that's not how you de-escalate. That is how you escalate. Because even though those morons protesting in the street are wrong, there's a better way of going about doing what they're trying to accomplish.
Bloomberg Business Flash.
Brother Bloomberg is director of Brokers Studio at Mateo.